morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Friendly Friday, probably. Most likely friendly Friday. We'll see. Depends on how much of this information we can get through. I apologize to all who have loved Friendly Friday and that we haven't done it maybe in the last 3 weeks. We just run out of time, and I think what I might have to start doing is just like a weekly hangout over on TikTok to make that work. One more day today. We're not on TikTok. So if you're in the Discord or if you're anywhere else, if you've got friends out there who are like, why aren't we on TikTok? One more day, and then we'll be back on TikTok. So on Monday, I forgot to check with Jen. Jen, you here?
I'm here.
Good morning. How are you feeling?
I'm better.
Did you get well wishes yesterday?
I mean, I scanned the chats when I hopped in and out here and there, but
I kind of wanted everybody to message you with their concerns.
I think people know better. They know I don't do that. So I didn't hear what illness did you claim that I had? Did you say I got sick from a date or something? What did you tell people?
I actually didn't say anything. I was actually really kind about it. It's not near as fun to say shit about you when you're not here.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, my stomach was just like, screw you. Yesterday it just was not agreeing with me. So
morning sickness is a motherfucker.
You were so stupid.
It was in the morning. It was in the morning.
But then it was also the whole rest of the day.
Sometimes it lasts that long, I've heard. I don't know. I've never dealt with it.
I mean, when I did procreate the one time, it was an all day thing. So
there we go. So maybe to get that checked out. Line T said bought some RTP merch. Super excited. Thank you. There's been appreciate those of you who've went on our merch shop and bought some stuff. Our healthcare hoodie is still up there. It's 20% off still. It's what we got to do in the midterms is get healthcare. So make sure you check that out over on our link tree. You can go right to our merch shop. We have mugs. We've got cups. We even have this little coffee cup here or sipper cup. Well, I don't know what you call this. It's full of coffee today. We got all sorts of stuff over there. So check
I
it
got
out.
coffee today. I'm drinking coffee today.
What?
I'm drinking coffee. Remember how we talked about this? How I don't typically drink coffee.
Yeah. Why? What's going on?
It's cold.
Oh, you do it for the warmth?
Yeah.
What kind of psycho drinks coffee just for the warmth?
That's me. But I guess you can get to it. So.
All right. Heather, still not back on TikTok. That ends tomorrow. And our TikTok agent has been MIA, maybe on vacation. So I don't know. Not sure what we're going to get back. I guess what time tomorrow? Tea is for poop. Tea is for warmth. Coffee is for pooping. Facts. Coffee is so good for pooping. She's just aging like a fine wine. She's aging into coffee, and soon she'll be drinking tea. We might age her into some cannabis at some point. I'm hoping to do that.
I think that's more of a younger person thing, but whatever.
I don't think that's the truth anymore. Every time I go to the dispensary, it's just full. I'm regularly one of the younger people in the dispensary.
Well, I have indulged in gardening before. I
think you can say it because there's no TikTok today. I think you can say the real words.
Yeah. No, I didn't feel in control and too relaxed. My life is
was too
always
relaxed.
My life is always going
psycho.
1,000 miles a minute. If I don't have some kind of anxiety or stress, the world just doesn't feel right.
Why am I relaxed? What's happening here? Yeah, that's a problem, Jen.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I wasn't as quick in my responses. I just didn't like it. So
your poor icy heart just waiting around to relax, and you're like, no, we're not doing that. We're full speed ahead, always.
Absolutely not. So
you still have a dealer, Tyrone? That's crazy. Good for you. Keeping it local. I like that. Don't give all your money to those corporate monopolies that are running all the dispensaries. All mine have been bought out. The dispensary I go to just got bought out for the third time. This one's good though. I actually like the way that they've done it here. And I'm not allowed to say his name, but my bud tender is a former WWE wrestler, which is pretty cool. And now he just lives off grid. He works down here and stays with a friend, like 3 days a week, and then the other 3 days he literally lives off the grid. Just nobody ever sees him. Yeah. Can't say his name. Also can't remember his name. So even if I could say his name, I can't remember what it is. But I could probably find out. Maybe we'll talk about it in Discord sometime. NorCal, it's every corner. Yeah. NorCal, the stuff that you guys get to smoke up there though is unbelievable. I didn't know how bad Arizona weed was, and then I went for my sister's wedding. We were in Santa Cruz, and I just stopped by a dispensary and got like mid-shelf stuff, and it was unbelievable. It was like smoking a bouquet of flowers that made you feel good. Nothing here has like good terpenes. It doesn't taste good. It does the job, but you guys all of you in the Pacific Northwest are spoiled.
Well, maybe that's why, because I'm up in the Northern California area. Maybe it was just too strong.
It's not that it's stronger. It like you can taste the terpenes are like where you get the taste.
I don't like the taste of dirt and grass.
Well, there was like a hint of lemon, like some floral scents to it. It was lovely. How dare you?
Weird.
All right. 99 an ounce in Denver. That's amazing. All right, let's jump into the show. I'm going to change the screen over first. Watch this. Getting better at this every single day. Got a little bit better at this. Reminder, we are crowdfunded, so anything you can do to help us knock out that gift goal would be greatly appreciated. There's the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal listed above, and then, of course, Super Chats. But I wanted to start this off. We talked a little bit yesterday about how all the right-wing influencers have just become like crybaby bitches. They're just like walking into places and annoying everybody, and then when they're just trying to get kicked out so they can film after and be like, look, our rights are being stripped away from us. We're not allowed to just go bother people all the time. Libs of TikTok, that's all they ever put up. But they put up this today. They were very outraged by this, and it's the best thing I've seen on the internet. And they say, drag queen Erica Quirk is now mocking Erica Kirk and grieving after her husband was assassinated. Absolutely disgusting. I disagree. I think you can laugh at Erica Kirk and also still not say that it was a good thing that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. But Erica Kirk is a lunatic, and that's okay. I think it's fine. But this is incredible.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
What do you want to say to the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop. That's it.
That's so good. That's so good. I loved it. But the outrage machine is in full force today. It's so crazy to be like MAGA and also be outraged by everything. I don't know how you like sign your name or put a check mark next to Donald Trump and simultaneously get offended by everything anybody ever says that doesn't align with you. It's really bizarre to watch. It's the most thin. I guess maybe not. Donald Trump's about as thin-skinned as they get. They've all just like adopted his personality, which is be cruel and then get offended by anybody who offers any pushback whatsoever. Imagine going to a ball and seeing Eric Kirk. That would suck. That would suck so bad. You are a lies. Thank you, Trailer Shift. We are a lies here. Sentences are a motherfucker. What are you guys so outraged about? You're getting everything you want. The president has just told Congress, fuck off. I'm going to do whatever I want. It could not be going better for you in terms of like just your guy owning the libs, sticking it to the libs, and you still find a way every morning to wake up and get upset by words or that somebody thinks you're annoying. But like, what are we doing? Why is the title ICE Kidnapped a Child? Because ICE kidnapped a child. That's why. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But there's more MAGA. I need answers right now. I will not wait for the show to explain this. I need answers now. I've already decided it didn't happen. I'm sorry, buddy. You having a bad day too? Look who's I see they got mad now. Just toughen up a little bit. Stop being so offended by words. That'd be good. Pay attention to laws, how they affect you. Pay attention to the economy. Pay attention to foreign policy. Pay attention to all the shit that really matters instead of just like, how can I be offended today? It's not going well. David, I'm going to actually get to that story slowly just to make these guys mad. Caroline Leavitt gets absolutely decimated on Twitter. Between Caroline Leavitt and what's the other lady's name? I have it down here. Trisha McLaughlin. It has been a bad couple of days on Twitter. And Caroline Leavitt is pregnant, so she's got enough stress in her life. Imagine being pregnant and then your day job is to run cover for Donald Trump. She tweeted, somebody had tweeted during his WEF remarks, President Trump appeared to mix up Greenland and Iceland around 3 times. And Caroline Leavitt says, no, he didn't, Libby. His written remarks referred to Greenland as a piece of ice because that's what it is. You're the only one mixing up anything here. And then everybody just played this clip. She got retweeted like 1,000 times with just this clip.
Be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot. Be there for us.
Yeah. He didn't say that. He meant that they have ice in Greenland. How do you not know that? It is the worst job on earth to be Caroline Leavitt. Just wake up every day, do 50 hours of makeup, and then go out and try and figure out some way to lie about what this dumb dipshit did in front of a microphone. And that time she's like, that's not what he meant. He meant that there's ice there. Who was that guy that got mad? We love her. Why do you guys love her? I love anybody who lies for Donald Trump. It makes it easier for me to lie about Donald Trump because I've got friends who are doing it too. Rishi, I always wonder this. Can I ask you a question, Rishi? Rish, every single day, by the way, you're not original, but every single day we start this live and somebody looks behind me and they see a Niners helmet, they see a Colin Kaepernick, and they see Dirk Nowitzki, and then they say some form of, oh, this guy's a Mavericks fan and a liberal. Oh, this guy's a Niners fan. That explains it. What did you mean by that? Like, why couldn't I be a Mavericks fan and a liberal? Can't do both of those things? Or did you just like not have anything to respond to with Caroline Leavitt, so you went after my background? This is a real question. I honestly want to know what you're saying here. Mavericks fans are all Republicans? Is that what you're saying? I don't think Mark Cuban is a Republican. By the way, haven't watched a single Mavs game since the Adelsons bought the team. So I'm not actually a Mavericks fan anymore. I was just a big fan of Dirk Nowitzki. And now I'm not a fan of the Mavericks anymore. They got the flat earther and the Adelsons running shit over there. Is that Mark Cuban's now Republican? Oh, he is? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, he's all right. Speaking of Republicans, Sean Duffy, also an idiot, because if you work in this administration, you just have to be an idiot. His job is to make sure that air travel is safe and secure. He's supposed to make sure that we're auditing these companies. He's not doing any of that shit because he's a lobbyist for the airline industries. And then for some reason, we put a lobbyist in charge of the FAA, which means that Donald Trump looked at you guys who voted for him and said, fuck you guys, I'm putting somebody in charge that will do the bidding of the airline companies and not you. And you went, yeah, that's what we voted for. And so now here's Sean Duffy. You remember going back, he has said things like, air travel would be better if you just dressed better. I don't know. I don't know if he's trying to like just look at people on flights, but he keeps advocating that you need to look better. And now he's saying that if you look better, it'll also bring down prices somehow. And I'm going to need Republicans to explain this to me.
We've said, if we don't, I can't mandate you dress up, but let's just don't wear pajamas and slippers to the airport. And I think if you
I'm now exclusively wearing pajamas and slippers to the airport.
dress a little better, you behave a little better. And again, we're all, getting into a, pretty.
I was thinking about that. I think he was maybe just raised in a family like mine. Like I was raised Mormon, as many of you know, and we had we were careful with our dress standards. Like girls, when I grew up, you couldn't wear tank tops at all. It's a little bit different with Mormonism now. They've relaxed it a little bit. But the idea of you have to dress nice, white shirt and tie when you go to church, Mormon missionaries, white shirt and tie. And they would always say that. But what you know about religions and cults is that they want you to dress in a certain way as a mechanism of control. And they might not even think that. I've thought a lot about this because I don't think that that's how the people in the Mormon church think about it. They think, oh, it's just it's what we do. But it's a mechanism of control. It's a way to have everybody go into a church and look exactly the same. So there's no differentiation. And then you focus forward, which the church leaders will say you're focusing on Jesus. But you're focusing on whoever's speaking up there. And they're dressed the same way. They're on a pulpit that's elevated with a microphone. It's all an effort of control. So I'm guessing that Sean Duffy was raised how I was raised, that somehow what you wear has some sort of determination on how you feel, how you react, how you behave, which is silly, right? To say that if you dress better, you behave better, that's silly. Just behave better all the time. Like if you're in gym shorts, you can behave well. And if you put on a suit, you can also behave well. What you wear has nothing to do with how you behave.
Tight airline seats, the prices go down when we do that, but I want people to be well behaved.
Let's
And
go
I
back.
think let's just don't wear pajamas and slippers to the airport. And I think if you dress a little better, you behave a little better. And again, we're all, getting into a, pretty tight airline seats. The prices go down when we do that, but I want people to be well behaved. And I think a little.
Huh? It drives the prices down? Is he? I think maybe he's just looking at a graph and he's looking at the 1970s when people dressed up on airplanes. He's like, it was cheaper back then. This is a real silly thing he's saying right now. He's in charge. This guy, he makes decisions. We can't trust somebody like this to make honest decisions. He's just doing the bidding of the airlines. He's not doing anything for you guys. And just one more example of the Trump administration farting in your faces and you using Afrin to clear your nostrils so that you can smell the fart a little bit better. These guys disrespect you every single day. Every day they're just we're going to say some shit that says we don't give a fuck about the American people. And MAGA's yeah, fart again. Let me get another whiff of that. This is dog shit.
A little better dressed would help with that.
Yeah.
I want the airport experience to be better, whether it's better food, maybe better play areas for kids.
Family friendly.
Better nursing areas for nursing mothers that are clean and accessible for nursing moms.
I like that. I like both of those things.
But
which, again, he can't mandate. These are just suggestions.
We want mini gyms. So if you want to walk through the airport and you have a little bit of time and you want to crank out a couple pull-ups or a couple push-ups, I don't want you to do the full workout, get sweaty, and then get on the plane. We need a shower.
It's hard enough to.
That's exactly what I want. Some dude coming off a 30-minute workout sitting next to me on a plane. That's what we need more in airports is gyms.
Sometimes.
You want to burn a little energy. We want to have a little space for you to do that. Again, maybe a little more greenery in our airports.
Yeah, or maybe, those rollbacks that you guys did? Remember when the Biden administration was holding these airlines accountable where if they didn't have a full flight, they just decided to cancel the flight to save money? They weren't reimbursing anybody for that. And then the Biden administration changed the rules so that, there has to be some risk for the airlines too. They can't just fuck up your whole plans because they're going to lose money that day. They just have to lose money. So if they do that, if they fuck up your plans, they have to reimburse you from that. And so obviously the Trump administration comes in and they're like, who should run the FAA? I know, an airline lobbyist named Sean Duffy. And he came in and immediately they just changed that rule. And they're like, we're going back to the days when airlines can just tell you to fuck off. That's what they did for you, MAGA. I don't know why. I don't know why you guys watch this and think yeah, Trump's got my best interest at heart. All right, I want to talk about this real quick. There were hearings
Thank you. Miss, I'm sorry.
Yesterday
Thank you.
on the Epstein files, and we didn't catch any of that because we were too busy watching Republicans trip and fall on their face for 4 hours trying to break apart Jack Smith's case. They were unable to do any of that. It looked pathetic, and it got so desperate at one point that they started blaming Capitol Police for January 6th, which would be alarming if Donald Trump hadn't already done that on the whitehouse.gov. But this is trying to let me get the name here. This is Representative Ansari testifying about the Epstein files and asking Comer just simply like, are you going to do anything, dude? Are you going to do anything but like try and smear Democrats? Are you going to be serious about this ever? It's crazy that we don't have the Epstein files. That's bad enough. That's against the law. But there's no subpoena for Pam Bondi. There's no subpoena for Kash Patel. They're not asking Donald Trump to come in and testify. They're not bringing in a single Republican. They're not bringing in Lex Wexner or Les Wexner. They're not bringing in Jamie Dimon. We now know Chase Bank was very aware of these suspicious activity reports and that they facilitated Epstein's ability to just like traffic women by letting them use his bank. He said, none of those people have been called in. But Clinton has. And nothing for Pam Bondi. You can have Clinton testify all day. But the thing is, if you bring in Bill Clinton to testify, what are you going to compare his testimony against? We don't have the fucking files. So how do you know if he's lying or not? There's nothing to check that against. I want him to come in and testify, but until we have something to check his testimony against, then it's just a guy saying something and we're choosing whether to believe it or not. We're split along ideological lines probably. I don't know. It gives you nothing. Why won't Republicans do anything about this? Why won't they demand that Republicans get off their ass, follow the law, and just like take Trump's dick out of your mouth for 2 seconds? I don't know. Convince these Republicans to stop being afraid of an 80-year-old psychopath.
Given much of what we've heard today, and especially in light of some of the hypocrisy that we've heard today, I just want to walk through the timeline of Donald Trump's cover-up of the Epstein files, because I think it's important for folks to remember how we got to this point. This was a series of deliberate decisions made at the highest levels in the White House and the Department of Justice to keep the truth hidden from the American public and the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and his allies' abuse. Let's start with what the president said during his campaign trail repeatedly. At multiple points in 2024 when running for office, Donald Trump said he would, quote, declassify the Epstein files, use it as a rallying cry to win over voters.
And yet, when push came to shove and it was time to declassify, he refused to do it, and he threatened everybody who would try to force his hand to do it. Why'd he lie about that, guys? How come Donald Trump campaigned on releasing this, and then when push came to shove, he just tried to bury it? He's still burying it. We don't care. We just don't care. We didn't even care about it then either.
October 2024, JD Vance said, quote, seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. But the moment Trump and Vance had power in the White House to act, that commitment disappeared. That's when the cover-up began. On February 27th, 2025, Pam Bondi said that she was releasing the Epstein files with her statement, quote, this Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators.
For anybody saying like Clinton was an Epstein guy, like there's plenty. Clinton obviously was friends with Epstein. And based on Clinton's past, I have no doubt that there could be real stories in there of him abusing women and potentially children. I don't have any doubt that that could be in there. But it is silly to watch Republicans talk about Bill Clinton and refuse to acknowledge Donald Trump. Donald Trump's there's way more public pictures of Donald Trump and Epstein. They lived in the same house. Trump sent his own employees to Epstein's house to give him massages. Trump's on the record of saying, like, I knew Epstein was into younger girls. They both owned pageants with teenage girls. I'm fine if you guys want to go after Clinton. Nobody gives a fuck about Bill Clinton here. Nobody here is going to defend Bill Clinton. But you got to recognize at some point how stupid you look to go after Bill Clinton and not Trump when there's far more evidence, honestly, that Trump was working with Epstein than Clinton. They've both been on his plane. They've both been on his plane alone. They've both been on his plane with others. There's no record of Jeffrey Epstein traveling with underage girls saying, hey, I'll call my friend Bill Clinton and stay at his hotel. But there's records of him saying, I'll call my friend Donald Trump and stay at his hotel. There's that I know of, there's no instance of a young girl walking into Epstein's office and seeing Bill Clinton and Epstein walking out and telling Bill Clinton, no, she's not for you, she's for me. But that exists with Donald Trump. It's alarming how far out of your way you have to go to not talk about Donald Trump's connection to Jeffrey Epstein. Obvious connection. And if anybody else with this level of evidence against them, all of you would say like, yep, yeah, he was in on it. That's how fucked up we've become as a country. That you can look at obvious details saying, yeah, they were good buds and Donald Trump seemed to know about this. And you just refuse to acknowledge it. It's I don't know, psychosis, if that's the right word. I don't know what it is. It's very bizarre to watch you guys do this in real time.
And it became clear, very clear, that Donald Trump did not, in fact, want information.
And oh, by the way, as we're talking about pedophiles, you guys are mad at me. The anger from you is directed at me. Not one thing I've said so far has been untrue. All of the things I just listed are true things that happened. And instead of addressing that, you're mad at me and you just call me a liar. Google it. Tell me one of those stories. In the chat, I'll watch for it. Let me know which of those stories I just told you wasn't true. Illusion said, a buddy said that the libs only want the files to make Trump look bad, and it's wrong to say we can't like people who were POSs before. How do I respond? Tell them to release it then. Are they afraid that it'll look bad? Even, it doesn't matter. So I agree. I actually probably agree with your friend that there's a lot of people, a lot of Democrats, a lot of people just on the periphery that say, Donald Trump's in the files, let's release him so it'll make him look bad. I bet your friend's right about that. I think there's a lot of people that think that way. I don't fucking care what those people think. It doesn't change it doesn't change the facts here that women and children were abused. Ask your friend about that. Do you care more about politics or these women and children who were abused? Because it seems like a lot of people in America, the majority of people that we deal with, don't give a flying fuck about children who have been abused. Because if they did, if they really cared about this, they wouldn't care that Trump looked bad if the files were released. If they really cared, they'd demand it too. But they don't. They don't demand any of it. Every time you try and talk to them, they're like, oh, this is just the libs' distraction. That's a problem as a country, as a community, as a population. It shouldn't be hard as a population to say, if you're abusing children, we're going to expose that. If you ran around with Epstein while he was trafficking children, sorry, your name's going to come up and you have the opportunity to defend yourself. What, Trump's not going to get an opportunity to defend himself? If there's charges against him, you don't just release the files and throw him in jail. Everybody knows the Republicans in Congress will wipe his ass. They'll do anything for him. You know how bad things have to be in the Epstein files for James Comer and Jim Jordan to go after Trump? I don't even think it's possible, to be honest, because I think he has dirt on them that they don't want out there. So I think what they're most afraid of is that if this comes out, they can't go after Trump because he'll go after them because they're dirty too. That's why I think Republicans, like in this committee, for example, are pretending like they're asking for the release. They're pretending like they're getting things done, but they're going after the stuff that doesn't help us at all. I want to see Bill Clinton testify, like I said earlier, but if we don't have the files, then it doesn't matter what he says. Doesn't matter at all. How would we verify anything he said being true? We'll just all leave that hearing with every Republican convinced that he's guilty. All of us going, I don't know. Because what do you think he's going to do? Go in there and admit to crimes? Think he's going to go in there and be like, I abused this person, I abused this person, I abused this person, I abused... No, of course he's not going to fucking do that. If he is guilty, he's going to come in and he's going to tell you the stuff that doesn't implicate him in a crime, and then he's going to leave, and we'll have no way to check if what he said is true or not, because we don't have the fucking files. And that's where I just like, wake the fuck up, MAGA. Wake the fuck up. Let's protect women and children, should we? We can't agree on that. We can't agree that, like, no matter who's on that list, we're going to release this. There's not a single politician I won't immediately turn my back on if they are involved in this. You guys can't say that. You know you can't say that. Because I think you'll figure out a way to support him even if he did do it. We've already seen it. We saw it from Fuentes. We've seen it from multiple, Joe Webon. We saw it from Glenn Beck. Well, even if he did, that was in the past, and he's a Christian now. He's a good Christian man now. I'm not going to hold him. That was awful. I can condemn what he did in the past, but he's still my president. He's the best president we've ever had, and I don't want to lose him because of things he did in the past. That's between him and God. That's what they'll all say. So what the fuck are you guys worried about? He's not going to get impeached. He's not going to get removed. He has too much dirt on him. So, we all know Trump's going to get away with this whether he's in it or not. It's going to be the same result. So can you guys just shut the fuck up and put a little pressure on him to release him, please? At least we can get these other people. We know we're not going to, that Trump's not going down no matter what he did. And you guys know that too. So just join us, please, and demand that these files be released. Demand that Pam Bondi follow the law. Demand that Donald Trump follow the law. And then in a couple months after they're out and we've gone through them, we'll all be pissed at you again because you're defending a guy who was involved if he winds up being involved, and we'll have that argument then. But you guys know that you're not going to change your mind. I saw, Lynn's the other day was debating with Abner. You had 30 days to release these files, or 60 days, whatever it was. Was it 6 weeks, 30 days? I can't remember exactly how many days. We're way past that. And I saw conservative Lynn say, I'll get upset if by next year they're not released. What the fuck? I'll be upset if he ignores the law for a full year, but not 9 months, not 10 months, not 11 months, not 11 and a half months. Got to go a full year, and then we'll do that.
About Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes revealed to the public. Starting in July 2020.
Oh, sorry, real quick. Sorry about that. Adam said, right doesn't get it. Who's the left worshiping? I haven't figured it out yet.
Donald Trump began to gaslight the public. He said, quote, "Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talking
Literally, somebody in the chat just said, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Someone in the chat just said that.
For years. This is the point when Congress stepped up. On July 23rd, Congresswoman Summer Lee moved in this very committee to subpoena the full and unredacted Epstein files. And just to be clear, because of that subpoena, the Department of Justice and Pam Bondi have been required by law to provide the Epstein files to this committee since the summer of 2025. They have been in gross illegal violation of the subpoena this entire time. To my Republican colleagues on this committee, do you remember that subpoena, the lawful congressional oversight subpoena from July 23rd?
I remember.
Pam Bondi has been in violation of that for 6 months now. At the same time, members on both sides of the aisle filed a discharge petition that would have put a vote on the floor for the Epstein Files Transparency Act. For a moment, the petition was one signature.
What are you talking about, Rich? I've covered that the Clintons no-showed. I've already talked about the Clintons. I wish the Clintons would have showed up for their deposition just to show good faith. But I still don't think if we can't compare it against the Epstein files, it wouldn't have done a lot of good. But yeah, subpoena the Clintons, make them testify under oath, but have a record, right? Like, you guys just had Jack Smith yesterday. Why'd you wait so long for Jack Smith? Because you needed a record to compare against what he was going to say. Why would you bring somebody in if you can't prove that they're lying? Because we're just trying to distract from Trump being in them.
Away from forcing a vote in the full House. And what did Mike Johnson do? He shut down Congress. He refused to swear in our colleague, Adelita Grijalva, for a historic 7 weeks in order to keep her name off the list. He forced the American public to endure a government shutdown to protect Donald Trump and to cover up the Epstein files. And when it finally came to the floor and it became clear that the bill would pass overwhelmingly, only then did he endorse and then sign the bill so that he wouldn't lose. This required the DOJ to release the unredacted Epstein files publicly by December 19th. The DOJ has blown past that deadline, releasing only 1% of the files, which is patently absurd. And the files they did release were heavily redacted, which is completely illegal according to the law. On December 23rd, the DOJ said they miraculously discovered over 1 million files related to Epstein. All of these patterns are an attempt to slow down the release and fail to meet the lawful deadlines are consistent and coordinated. This is all part of an intentional cover-up, which leads to the unavoidable question, who is the president protecting when we know he only cares about one person? I guess I'll end with my question to the chairman. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, has violated the subpoena issued by this committee. We should be holding her in contempt to remain fair and to remain transparent. And so I ask that you do that if you really, truly want to be fair and care about the justice for the victims here.
May I respond? We have been very clear. We expect those documents. She has...
Yeah. That doesn't mean a goddamn thing. We've been clear that we expect them. They're late. Subpoena her. Why does Pam Bondi get all this extra time? We really want them. We've been clear that we really want them. We just can't do anything because Donald Trump owns us.
She's turned over documents in the
1%
beginning. In the beginning, you all complained and said the first document dump didn't have enough redactions, and the second document dump had too many redactions. So they're trying to get.
Yeah, they pointed out that they made mistakes. So in both document dumps, they made mistakes. That's fine. They get criticized for making mistakes. So now that you said that they make mistakes, now they're just not going to release anything. That's what we're going with, Republicans. We just won't release anything because you guys point out when we make mistakes. So no files. We're not releasing anything now.
Yes, and I believe,
Mr. Chairman,
that we will get those documents very soon. I have been assured we're going to get those documents very soon.
I hear you, but with all due respect, given everything that she herself stated in February of last year, her own statements in front of the entirety of the American public saying, we have the documents. They are ready to go. Mm-hmm. The subpoena from this committee was issued in July.
And nobody on our side is defending Pam Bondi. I can assure you.
Well, then bring her in. This is such a pathetic thing. Then do something about it. You're the only one that can do anything about it. We're not defending her. Yeah, you're enabling her. You're not being accused of defending her. You're being accused of enabling.
Contempt. If we are
she is complying with, they have turned documents over. They have turned documents over, and every time they do, you all complain about too many redactions, not enough redactions. So
so what?
That is.
So what? You can't complain. You can't point things out. We don't have to follow the law because you guys complained. God, this goes just as perfectly with how we started, like the victimhood of MAGA. Where like somebody criticizing you now is the biggest slight, and you get to break the law when people criticize you. What did that say? Oh, wait, well, we still got the people. Somebody get rid of a Corky, would you? It's annoying. It's not even like good trolling, man. Be better with your trolling. Just spamming Donald Trump is king is so stupid. Sully said, MAGA are all soft bitches. That's all. He said, if you garden in Alabama, you go to jail. Facts. Remember, I was in South Carolina once, and in South Carolina, you were allowed to garden, but there's nowhere to buy it. And you also can't, this was 4 or 5 years ago, so it's probably changed since then. But you also couldn't, like, bring it back across state lines. So when I asked them, I, like, had my medical card at the time. I was like, where do I get it? They're like, oh, you can't buy it here. I was like, wait, it's legal, right? And they're like, yeah. I was like, but you can't buy it? No, you can't buy it. You have to go to Georgia to buy it. South Carolina law is bizarre. Is medical legal now in South Carolina? Anybody here? We got any South Carolina folks here? Not sure. All right, moving on. Here's MAGA's second favorite leader in the world after Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin.
Would contribute $1 billion to the Board of Peace from the frozen assets frozen by the previous administration, and the remaining funds from the funds frozen in the United States could be used to rebuild territories that suffered during hostilities once we sign a peace deal between Russia.
Yeah. We got I also liked at the end of that clip, somebody didn't clip it off. We got the JetBlue holiday. So for some reason, we're inviting Vladimir Putin to join the Board of Peace in Israel, or in Gaza, excuse me, which, by the way, like, go back and watch our shows from during the election. Go back and look at the plans that we said would happen. We all told you this. We all told you that Donald Trump, as president, would get out of the way and allow Israel to carpet bomb Gaza, and then he would come in and he would take it over. And it would be private investment. It wouldn't be for the Palestinians. He would just allow a genocide, and then he would let rich people come in, invest in the Gaza Strip, and that's exactly what they're doing. And all they have to do is just brand it as peace, and that's enough for MAGA. As long as they say the word peace, MAGA's not going to recognize that they just did a genocide for a business deal. And that's why you would invite somebody like Putin. Here's Trump confirming that he invited Putin.
Have you invited President Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace? Yeah, he's been invited. Do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace? Oh, did he say that? Well, yeah. Nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, that's all right. What I'll do is, if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagne.
Give me $1 billion so that I can build up Gaza the way that I want to. And if you don't, I will tariff your country. Just shaking down all of our allies. Do you get anything from this, Republicans? Absolutely fucking not. He's destroying our relationships with our allies for his own good. He's going to make a fortune in Gaza. His family's going to make an absolute fortune in Gaza. It's so transparent that it almost feels like, sometimes when you say it, it almost feels like, man, there's no way this could be true. But it's true. Jared Kushner and the Trumps are going to make a fortune. You guys paid for a genocide in Israel. And then, so taxpayer money out the door to Israel. And then Trump and other countries are going to come in and make a fortune out of Gaza, and you get dick. You sit here and cheerlead Trump doing this, God knows why, and you don't get anything. How has it become that you think that the most important thing in this country is that Trump gets more rich? There's no America first with you guys. It's Trump first. Why would we shake down our allies for $1 billion here? You want to explain that? By the way, right after this, Vladimir Putin bombed Ukraine again. Hey, come join the peace group. Hold on just 1 second. I have to bomb Ukraine. Also, you might have missed it in Putin's comments there. Putin doesn't even want to pay the $1 billion. He wants to take the money that is set aside right now to rebuild Ukraine, the frozen assets, Russian frozen assets that they were going to use to rebuild Ukraine. He wants to instead take the money out of that so that Ukraine gets less. And what do you get for that? Does this make you more free? Somebody said my freedom's more important than money. Does this make you more free? If this doesn't happen, what freedoms will you lose? What freedoms will you gain? Can you tell me? I'll watch for a second. I'm looking for another tweet real quick, so I'll watch for you. Can somebody just tell me what you get out of this? He's so gangster, though. Yeah, he's a criminal. Yeah. We all knew he was a criminal. We've been telling you he was a criminal. Last year, you guys were like, he's not a criminal. This year, you're like, look how much criminal stuff he does. This is so cool. What's the bigger picture? Pat Jager, what's the bigger picture then? What am I missing here? Tell me the bigger picture about shaking down all of our allies for $1 billion so that a bunch of private companies can come in and make billions of dollars in Gaza. Can you explain that to me? I'm open-minded on this. Reminder to all of you, you can come up here and tell me about it. This is an open panel if you want it to be. You can message JenDub1 on Discord. She'll bring you right up. No answers? Just Trump. I think Trump's fucked, honestly. Like I'm looking through the chat, and the chat has died. The Trump chat has died. It's literally just attacking me and saying Trump 2028, Trump King. I'm not sure he has real supporters anymore. We looked at his polling yesterday. He's underwater fucking everywhere. He's underwater by miles in every swing state. Republicans are now speaking out against him. I don't believe any of you. I believe very few of you are real. But if you are, this is just a team sport. This chat should give, I think, a lot of people hope. Because you guys have gotten pathetic. You can't answer like simple questions. What do you get from this? Trump 2028. This guy sucks. This is boring. Okay, what do you get from it? Trump has a plan. What's the plan? You just got to trust it. The world is run like a business now? No, it's not run like a business now, Larry. It's run like a mobster. And you don't get anything for it either, you cucky little bitch. Every day you're here. I love what Trump's doing and I'm getting nothing. This isn't how businesses run. You don't threaten to blow up other businesses if they don't give you $1 billion. This is some mob shit. This is a protection racket. And you get nothing from it. Still waiting, nothing? All right. Trying to keep going here.
Pays, and he'll join, but he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months.
Did you invite President Putin to join the...
Yes, he's one of the people. These are world leaders, and the answer is yes.
Jeremy said, how do you spot the blind guy at the nude beach? It's not hard. Ryan said, for Mike, I didn't see a Johnson and Hakeem Jeffries. Adam said, right doesn't get it. Who's the left worshiping? Yeah, I think I got that one already. It's interesting that when I ask you guys a question, you just keep asking me questions in return. Is there any scenario, MAGA, where you guys are capable of answering a real question? I'm trying to give you an opportunity here, honestly, because what it looks like from the outside of MAGA, and admittedly none of us are in MAGA because we can read, but from the outside, it looks like that everybody with a brain has fallen silent and left, and what's left is just the dipshits. Just like the bumper sticker MAGA. I'm not sure any of you can communicate like real human beings. The Hispanic gamer's answering? Okay, Hispanic gamer. What do you get from this? I'll answer it again. Hispanic gamer, I'll look for you. What do you get from Donald Trump shaking down our allies for $1 billion each to rebuild, or to not rebuild Gaza, but to turn Gaza into a new thing? What do you get from that? Gas under $3, food price going up? No, that has nothing to do with this. See, this is what I just said. I said that I'm asking you questions, and you're just giving me talking points. You stopped me for that shit, Hispanic gamer? You stopped me for that shit? All that shit would happen without this. Like, the prices would be exactly the same without Donald Trump shaking down our allies. Yeah, I don't know if you get, like, imagine somebody comes up and hands you a lovely plate of carne asada street tacos. And you're like, and they give you those tacos. You pay them $5 for it. And then they kick you in the nuts after that. And then imagine saying, someone's like, that guy just kick you in the nuts? And you're like, I got tacos out of it. No. You got the tacos for paying the $5. You got kicked in the nuts for no fucking reason. Learn how things are linked. There's no link between Trump shaking these people down and the things that you like he's doing at home. So I think what you're saying is, I refuse to criticize him because some of the things he does I like, and I've watched him long enough to know that you have two options with Trump. You're all in or you're dead to him. And you guys don't want to be dead to him and the other people that are still in the MAGA cult. I think that's what you're saying. It's what it feels like. Otherwise, you'd have a better answer than Like this happened yesterday. You already had the gas under $3. I don't remember the other things you said. Those already existed before this. So obviously, we get to keep some of our tax dollars. We get nothing from these countries. What? What do you mean we get to keep some of our tax dollars? No, we're going to pay too. It's ironic that you're being called a communist for criticizing Trump. That's why we call you guys Nazis. I don't know if you know that. Like, the reason that we call you Nazis is that anytime somebody criticizes Trump, you incorrectly use the words socialist and communist. I'm far from a communist. There's people in this chat that would probably like me to be more communist. I'm not any of those things. But that's literally what they trained everybody in Germany to do, is be afraid of the communists and the socialists so that they wouldn't pay attention that Germany had their own secret police out in the streets detaining people, and Hitler was seizing control of the means of production, which is exactly what Trump's doing. Taking financial interest in companies, using the United States government as his own personal slush fund, stealing oil from Venezuela, then selling that oil from Venezuela and putting it in an offshore bank account in Qatar that none of you get. So just to be clear, it was your taxpayer dollars that went in and seized that tanker. If you remember, it was the Coast Guard. They boarded that tanker and they commandeered that tanker. And Trump's like, that's ours now. It's the United States tanker now. And then he sold the oil and put the money in a Qatari bank. So you paid for Trump to get all this money? Talk to me about that. Booski, I'll talk to you about Gavin Newsom when you talk to me about Trump. Stop trying to deflect. And by the way, you're going to get muted if you keep spamming the chat. We all see it. No, we can't talk about that right now. Right now, we're talking about Donald Trump destroying our country. I don't live in California. I'm not worried about single governors right now. I'm concerned about Donald Trump. That's far more alarming to me than anything that's happening in California. Does anybody want to explain to me why he stole that oil and put it in a Qatari bank? He gets a better interest rate from Qatar? Yeah, and also no oversight because it's his. He used your money to make himself rich. That's what he did. It's what he's doing over and over and over again, which gets us to part of the meat of today's show. I want to talk about this. I'm going to skip some stuff. I'll come back down. But there was a New York Times investigation recently.
It's been clear that the president and his family have been
read it
hugely.
But I didn't want to read the whole thing out loud because that would be boring. I thought CNN did a good job breaking this down. Q in the chat, people saying, "Oh, CNN, fake news." Ready for it because they're going to already ignore this. You guys might want to just take off. This is a 10-minute video, and I'm going to stop it and talk. So you may want to bounce, but. Donald Trump has made more in this year than he's made his entire life.
During Mr. Trump's first year in office. But today, the New York Times editorial board published an estimate of just how much they've raked in over the past 12 months. By their accounting, it's at least $1.4 billion. Now, that includes income from licensing Trump's name, overseas real estate projects, as well as hundreds of millions of dollars from investments in cryptocurrencies, the money that Amazon paid Melania Trump, the family, for a documentary about Melania Trump. The New York Times investigative reporter Russ Buettner is here.
Digital Warrior, what you said, when the U.S. grabs sanctioned oil, it's theft, but when France grabs Russian sanctioned oil, it's all good. No, the sanctions are the sanctions. I don't like the ability to steal other people's oil in general, and I think that the United States and France were on a level playing ground there. Like, they both had done the same thing. It's something I disagree with, but fair point. They did the same thing. But France, Macron, then didn't take all of that money and put it in a private bank account. I need you to acknowledge that that's the difference here, Digital Warrior. We're going to take you seriously anymore, and I appreciate it. I do think you're good faith. But I need you to acknowledge that the difference is Trump took the money for himself. He put it in a Qatar bank account with no government oversight. We have no idea what he's doing with that money. Do you recognize that difference, Digital Warrior? Just real quick before we get going with this. Do you recognize that Macron didn't do that? So there is a difference here? No? keep this going.
It is staggering, a figure of nearly 1.4 billion. I mean, it's closer to 1.5 billion. It's incredible. Did it surprise you?
It's absolutely shocking. I think it's been shocking every month. I mean, I studied Donald Trump's finances, including obtaining his tax returns.
Thanks, Digital Warrior. Appreciate that.
For over a 20-year period. And this amount is really greater than the sum total of everything he made from his inheritance, from being on The Apprentice, and from all the licensing deals while he was on The Apprentice.
It's more than he ever made in his whole life.
I think it's those things were his big profit centers because his business performance was uneven.
Right.
So those three things that require really his golden days. This is more than that, all in 1 year.
And I mean, this is just the first year. It seems like there's no reason why. I mean, they're open for business.
They're open for business, and they've been expanding things on a regular basis, especially into cryptocurrencies. They recently just transformed their social.
Damn, Kev. It says Trump's best president my 65-year lifetime. I was once not a fan, but I'm a supporter now. Damn, Kev, 65 years and you're this dumb? That sucks, dude. There's like no measure that he's the best president other than your opinion. Yeah, dude. 65 years and you came up with that. However many years left you have, and I hope it's a lot. I hope those years are spent learning, because Jesus fucking Christ, man, this is not going well.
A media company into a Bitcoin repository company, which is a cryptocurrency, and now they're moving that into some sort of power generation company. But they are just rapidly trying to gather every sort of business that they can to monetize this period.
The brazenness of it is remarkable. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Donald Trump Jr., I don't think the club that Donald Trump Jr. set up in Washington, which is like a private members club, which essentially kind of promises access for paying members of the club to government officials and cabinet secretaries.
And we'll get to that later, but like this looks like it's been an entryway into people going in and getting pardons for fraud. Lots of fraud pardons from Donald Trump. It's just legitimately, he has taken your love and affection for him and your undying devotion to him, and he has said, they won't even notice. They're not even going to notice that when I take over, I'm just going to steal. I'm going to steal from the United States over and over and over again. I'm going to enrich my family. I'm going to enrich my friends. I'm literally going to use the military to seize assets and sell it for myself. And these motherfuckers are so goddamn dumb that they're not even going to notice. And you're watching in real time how that plays out. They don't notice. They have no fucking clue. Why? Because he keeps them distracted with a steady diet of fear-mongering. Hey, guys, look over there. It's the immigrants. They're the bad ones. Look over there at Gavin Newsom. Look over there at Tim Walz. Oh, my goodness. Look at these college protesters. Oh, they want to... Ah! Ah! And then he steals. He knew. He might be smarter than we give him credit for. He knew how fucking stupid you were. I thought you guys had a line in the sand. I thought there was like at some point you'd be like, wait, I can't just keep pretending that these things happening right in front of me aren't happening. And then I realized it's because you don't look forward. He just tells you to look over there and like, okay, look over there now. Okay, anything for you. Best president of the whole world ever. Miss everything he's doing. Just I don't know. Sheer lunacy. Not even arrogance. Like, why would you devote yourself to one man that you don't even fucking know? You have no idea if he's telling you the truth, and you have given him your unconditional loyalty, and he's just stealing right in front of your fucking face, just giving everything to his friends and himself. And when he leaves at the end, his family's going to be billions and billions of dollars richer. We will be far more in debt than we were before, massively accelerated. You will have a consolidation of wealth like we've never seen before in this country because we're already at historic highs. And at the end of the 4 years, you guys are going to, whoever's next, you're going to come out of your little psychosis. And you're going to start realizing, oh, things are bad. And you dumb motherfuckers are going to blame whoever's in power at that time, whether it's JD Vance or Gavin Newsom or AOC or who might win, who could maybe beat JD Vance, Ron DeSantis. No matter who it is next, we're going to get to a state of fucked, And you're going to go, see, I wish we had Donald Trump back. And it's not because things were going well when Trump was president. It was because you are in psychosis. It's just like the last time. He still says that he presided over the greatest economy ever. It was mid at best. There is no measure under Trump's first, even taking out COVID, give him his first 3 years, there is no measure by which he was even near the top of the best presidents economically, foreign policy-wise, like he was doing more drone strikes. We were spending more money. The deficit was increasing. Our economy basically stalled. He was handed a thriving economy. He stalled it out. There's no measure by which he was great then, and you still repeat that. I'm guessing in the chat right now somebody is saying that, like, it really was, though. And that's the problem that we have is there's no way to snap you guys out of it. So we just have to kind of ignore you for a while and hope that some of you figure it out and hope that not everybody's as goddamn dumb as you are, and keep telling you what's happening right in front of your face. And maybe every once in a while, some of you guys will go, oh, this doesn't seem good. It doesn't seem good that Don Jr. here started his own private club with a membership of $500,000, and it promises access to the president. It's even called the Executive Club. Oh, that doesn't sound good. What did Don Jr. do in his life? What companies? He didn't do anything. He just worked for his dad. But now he has a drone company, and they're getting billions of dollars in government contracts. That doesn't seem good. Jared Kushner left with $2 billion the last time around. That doesn't seem good. We just got to pick you guys off one at a time. But for the rest of you who are never going to pay attention to any of this, God bless you. And I hope that at some point the veil is lifted and you realize how goddamn foolish you look right now to the whole world. Everybody's laughing at you. Everybody's very confused by you because they can do math. They have eyes. They can see what Trump's doing with foreign policy. And they're like, what the fuck? Why do they think he's great? What is he doing that's great? And then I ask you guys, what's he doing that's great? And you just like point, $3 gas. He doesn't control gas prices. And that's it. That's why the whole world's like, Jesus, America's a problem.
That's
right.
That wasn't part of this.
That's not part of this, no. And that really seems kind of quaint compared to what they're doing in cryptocurrencies, where it looks like over the last year, they've personally pocketed the family and a few partners somewhere in the neighborhood of $800 million or more. That's unheard of wealth for that
And there's
family.
linkage, a lot of linkage between the businesses.
$800 million in a year through cryptocurrency. He wasn't involved in cryptocurrency. He called cryptocurrency a scam until he found out he could make money. The president has pocketed $867 million by creating a currency that competes with the U.S. dollar. So the more expensive his coin gets, the more value his meme coins get, the more the dollar devalues, which is why we've seen we're down 10% this year. So he's literally making millions of dollars while competing against you. And you're like, yeah, I love this. Let's get him to $1 billion. Let's really fuck the United States over. He needs this money. He's had a really tough life. Life's been really unfair to Donald Trump.
And places the U.S. is actually involved in doing, U.S. foreign policy and, U.S. interests.
Yeah, a lot of this money comes, the cryptocurrency money comes to them anonymously. We don't know, the public can't figure out who it is. Most of it comes from overseas entities. You can tell that from the exchanges it goes through. And a lot of it, as you said, comes from countries where they have a real interest in it. There's been some direct conflicts, especially with a big deal that came through the United States.
Zero understanding of currency value? What do you mean zero understanding of currency value? Why is the dollar valuable? Because it's seen as the most stable currency. And when people stop using the dollar, it is viewed as less stable. And so not only is our own country, Trump is advocating to use the dollar less and use cryptocurrency instead, but then you have the BRICS nations who are saying, let's not use the dollar as the reserve currency anymore. Let's let's create a competing currency against the dollar. Why did they do that? They wanted to devalue the dollar. So and Trump's admitted this. Trump has admitted that BRICS is a problem. A competitive currency against the dollar is a problem. It devalues it. Unless it's his currency, then it's not. Then it's not competition. Sounds like I might understand currency a little.
Arab Emirates. They decided to use a Trump cryptocurrency to pay for a $2 billion investment.
Right, which is very few people would have chosen to use that particular cryptocurrency.
It was brand new and struggling and unproven. And they did that. That will put about $80 to $100 million a year in the pockets of the Trumps. And within a few months, within a few weeks actually, Trump decided to overturn a policy that had long rejected the UAE's pleas to get AI computer chips from us because they were thought to be too close to China. He just did away with that and then pardoned the fellow who was on the other end of the deal. So there's like two conflicts in one deal.
It's remarkable. Russ Buettner, it's in the Times today. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Joyce said Trump, Rep. Nels, and Yvonne Raikkonen are seen entering a building. The building collapses and Fanone is sent in to rescue any survivors. Those screams can be heard. Fanone exits safely, declaring that he did not see any survivors. Jesus. All right. As a reminder, we are crowd-funded here. You can do Super Chat, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. I'll read anything that you write. That includes you, MAGA. You don't have to just rage in the chat. I'm trying to stay on topic today, so if you have something you want me to say, happy to say it. But we do have that gift goal. Hope we try and knock that out every day. That's how we keep the lights on. We've got about... 2.5 hours left, roughly. So we can knock that out.
Expanding on the conversation, another data point, President Trump gave the crypto industry its biggest policy win last July when he signed a bill he was pushing to federally regulate a type of cryptocurrency called stablecoins.
I pledged that we would bring back American liberty and leadership and make the United States the crypto capital of the world, and that's what we've done. So the golden age...
That's not good for us, by the way. That's good for him. It's good for holders of crypto. Most Americans don't hold crypto. There's no benefit to you. If you don't hold crypto, there's no benefit here. If you do hold crypto, I hope you recognize that the President of the United States allows people to act criminally to protect the value of your crypto. So he's fine hurting other Americans. He's fine with millions of Americans getting scammed as long as the crypto price stays high. This should have raised alarm bells for you guys. Why the fuck do we care about being the crypto capital of the world? How does that help us?
The age of America is upon us, and with today's signing, the future of crypto and the crypto industry, the U.S. dollar working together because they really are hand in hand, is going to be stronger and bigger and better than ever before.
Thanks, Marianne.
Critics raise conflict of interest concerns given President Trump and his family's vast crypto holdings. Joining me now is journalist and co-founder of Lift Our Voices, Gretchen Carlson, also CNN political commentators Anna Navarro and David Urban. Gretchen, do the numbers, do they fall into the category of,
Fix my analysis then. Everybody that's calling me dumb right now. See that Venmo username? That's Jen's Discord username. If I'm so dumb, and I might be, just come up and explain it to me. It's going to be hard to take any of you guys seriously, though, if you're not willing to put your voice next to this and explain it. If what Trump's is doing is so good for the United States, when it comes to crypto, just come up and explain it to me. I can't explain it to you. Here comes the response. It's a waste of time. We're just going to call you names instead. You guys have gotten pathetic. I used to enjoy talking to MAGA in the chat. You guys it's the same shit every fucking day. It's the same goddamn thing. This guy's dumb. Can you explain it to me? No. Okay. Every day.
Shocking, not surprising?
1 million, 10 billion, no, not necessarily surprising, but here's my take on this.
Remember when she worked for Fox News and then she got run out of there because she was a whistleblower because they were sexually harassing all the women that worked there? That's her, right? It's Gretchen Carlson?
I don't think his base cares about this because he was already a billionaire on paper, at least. When he originally won the first election, they didn't care about that. They didn't care about it the next time around. More importantly, he floods the market with so many news stories on a daily basis that this story has a hard time gaining traction.
I will allow you to explain. Come up here. We are everywhere, 6677. You have to come up here now. Sorry, this is the way that it works. You have to come up and talk to me now or else you get muted. Because you can't do this thing where I invite you up and you're like, you won't even let me explain. I'm begging you to explain it. So, Mods, will you watch for that? He's got 5 minutes to come up here, and then we gotta mute him for the rest of the live.
When you're taking over Venezuela, potentially invading Greenland, and have ICE in Minnesota. And more importantly, I think that the majority of Americans right now are thinking about the economy. They're thinking about how they're going to afford their groceries at the store the next day. And so
Peace with practice. You don't need permission to come up. You're welcome to come up. I treat everybody with respect when they come up here, and unless they're disrespectful, then we'll just match energy. But I'm happy to have a respectful conversation.
You know, I think Americans are exasperated by everything else that's going on, and it's only been 1 year. And I'm not sure that this is the kind of story that people.
Anna, do you think people care?
I think some people care. I think what was different with this story from the New York Times today is that we have heard trickles of information. We've heard about the cryptocurrency. We've heard about the Melania documentary on Amazon. We've heard about the real estate deals outside of the country. But to see it all together and see that it amounts to almost $2 billion.
People claimed when it was Hunter Biden on a board for Burisma or selling paintings.
Right, which is like a pit.
Mods, will you help the people out that are asking how they can come up and talk so I can keep doing the show? Will you, if you're asking if you can come up and speak, the mods will give you instructions on how to do that.
That's right. I mean, you're literally talking pennies in comparison to what this grift is. They've turned, the entire Trump family has turned the White House and the presidency, and not just the Trump family, also some of his cabinet members, into the home shopping network. And they are figuring out how to exploit that presidency to line their pockets. I think it is particularly galling and disgusting for him to be claiming that affordability is a hoax. Well, of course it's a hoax for him, because he's out there hawking everything he absolutely can, while regular Americans don't have that luxury now, do they?
David, the New York Times editorial board writes, it's impossible to know how often Mr. Trump makes official decisions, in part or entirely because he wants
Hey, guys, we'll get to the 5-year-old. Stay on topic. I know you saw a title. We'll get to the 5-year-old being kidnapped, and you'll have an opportunity to come up and talk at that point. But stay on topic, would you?
Be richer, and that is precisely the problem. I mean, I remember the president didn't like when the Obamas got a deal with Netflix after they left the White House. Melania Trump has a deal while she's in the White House with Amazon.
Yeah, so Anderson, Anderson, just a couple data points here. Shame on the New York Times for not crediting Bernie Sanders with this. Bernie Sanders had an Instagram post about 3.5 weeks ago chronicling this, showing that the Trump family has increased their net worth by about 273%.
Also, with all due respect, maybe CNN ought to watch this show, because we've been talking about this shit all year. It's not even really a secret, right? Like it's been out there in the open. It's that, and this is again like let's give CNN the criticism they deserve. How the fuck are you getting to it now? You're about 8 months late. That's why independent journalists are so much better. How long do you think we've been talking about this? It's at least 6 months we've been going over these exact figures. We've laid out exactly where Trump's getting his money from. And it's not just me. There's lots of content creators. In fact, a lot of it was stuff that I got from other content creators and journalists. CNN is so fucking late on this.
Talking about Bitcoin and these exact things. A couple other data points, Anderson. Newsweek cites that during the first Trump presidency, Trump's net worth went from $3.5 billion down to $3.7 billion to $2.5 billion. So he lost $1.2 billion during the first presidency. And Trump is a piker compared to two prior presidents and the amount of money they made. Bill Clinton, okay, when Bill Clinton entered office, this isn't after office, this is during his presidency. Bill Clinton entered office with $1.2 million in the bank. When Bill Clinton left office, he had $120 million in the bank. That is a staggering 9,990% increase. 9,990% increase. When Barack Obama entered the White House, he had $1.3 million. This is all publicly disclosed. He had $1.3 million in the bank. He left the White House with $40 million. That's a staggering.
Let's see if that's true. I haven't heard that claim about Clinton before. Is he going to cite a source?
500% increase in his net worth. Yet no one was ringing.
All right. Apparently not. Let me get some from Parade Magazine and also from Money Nation and PolitiFact. The Clintons did not leave office with $100 million in the bank. Reliable sources confirm the Clintons had a low or negative net worth upon departing the White House in January 2001, primarily due to substantial legal debts from Whitewater and Monica Lewinsky. We got a source on this that says he was worth $100 million. It says then their fortune grew rapidly afterward through speaking fees. They made $153 million combined in speaking fees from 2001 to 2015. So in 14 years, they had book deals where they made $40 million, and other income reaching $111 million by 2007. Estimated net, estimated 120 to 240 million combined today. So that was a lie, I guess. He just lied. I hope somebody fact checks him. Let's see the Obamas. How much did the Obama? Let's see how much. Well, what did he claim? He said 30 million. Let me go back a little bit. What was his number on Obama?
He had $1.3 million in the bank. He left the White House with $40 million. That's a staggering 5,500% increase in his net worth. Yet no one was ringing.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that's right. I think they're doing the same thing that they did with like Bernie Sanders, the same thing they did with Joe Biden and Obama always. They count the book deal that happens after. All right, this is according to Newsweek, Review Journal. Are there any extra ones here? Forbes, Finance, Yahoo Finance. Okay, a lot of good sources here. Obama did not leave the White House with $40 million. Reliable estimates place the Obama's combined net worth at around $12.2 million upon departing in 2017. The estimate stems from book royalties earned during his presidency. About $15.6 million is $400,000 a year annual presidential salary and modest prior assets like treasury notes and savings plans. Their 2015 tax return showed adjusted gross income of $436,000. So, and then again, wealth surged after. $65 million in a joint book deal, $50 million Netflix production contract, $70 million, which took him up to $70 million. So they're worth about $70 million now. So he's just lying. Cool.
There was no New York Times expose on Bill Clinton or Barack Obama.
What foreign governments?
The Trump family.
What foreign governments were in the deals with?
Obama didn't get magically rich when he became a politician. It's not magic, Chris. This is easy you can track all of this. Obama was when he was, I think before he ran for Senate, maybe after, he wrote a book. It's a great book, by the way. I can't remember what the name of his book was, but it was a New York Times bestseller. And then when he became president, more people read the book. So those book sales exploded. You can track all this stuff. It's not magic. He sold a book.
The money was coming from foreign governments,
you know what?
you could say.
Anderson, yeah, interestingly, if you look at the ownership of all these book publishing companies, Simon & Schuster and others, they're all owned by foreign entities. So it's very convenient that all...
does that apply to Art of the Deal? Does that apply to all of Trump's books? Does that apply to Don Jr.'s book? Does that apply to Eric's book? Does that apply to was there a Melania book? Notice not a lot of complaints about is it Netflix that's doing hers? Is it Hulu? Can't remember who's doing the Melania movie.
These guys get giant book deals with books that sit in warehouses that are never sold, but yet they're all owned by foreign entities. If you follow Money Anderson, it's pretty easy to find out, right? It may not.
It's Amazon that's doing hers. Okay.
Is clear as this, what you're alleging has happened.
We did look it up. Trump's made about $800 million off of his cryptocurrency so far this year.
In this administration, but it's happened in every administration, and this is shocking somehow. While the Clintons and Obamas and everybody else did it, nobody blinked an eye.
Mostly because it didn't happen. That's why nobody blinked an eye. Because none of this stuff happened while Clinton or the Obamas were in office. If you have to lie, and let's just be clear about what this is. Does anybody remember what this guy's name is? He works for the Trump administration. I always forget his name. He goes on CNN to defend Trump. We're not comparing two things. Trump has made $1.4 billion in a year. And all of the money that he has lied about now here that the Clintons and the Obamas got happened after they were president. Now, I'm actually fine. If we want to make new laws that say after you leave office, like your income should be capped, whatever, fine. I don't think it would make a big difference. But if you wanted to do that, fine. But this is a guy who is using foreign policy to enrich himself. And he's done it multiple fucking times. He did it with Qatar. He did it with India. He did it with Pakistan. He takes, because he has the ability to approve like where chip manufacturers ship, he could go to Qatar and be like, hey, we're not selling to you. And then Qatar goes, we're just unrelated. We're going to put $2 billion into World Liberty Financial. And then Trump gets his cut of that. And then a week later, suddenly Trump's like, you know what? We've rethought it. Qatar actually should get access to these chips. Do you not know this? Okay. Pull this up. I guess we're going to have to give you guys more evidence here. Why is my queue not working? Notice that none of those people made it up here. Amy Lynn said, check the tax returns, folks. You can literally see where the money came from, except for Trump's. Trump's is, trust me, bro. All right. When was this? This was September. We covered it then. Let's talk about these two deals that Trump made. The UAA got chips. Trump team got crypto riches. I wish this was highlighted. In May, Zach Witkoff announced the first of the deals at a conference in Dubai. One of Sheikh Tahnoon's investment firms would deposit $2 billion into World Liberty Financial, a cryptocurrency startup founded by the Witkoffs and the Trumps. 2 weeks later, the White House agreed to allow UAE, sorry, I said Qatar, it's UAE access to hundreds of thousands of the world's most advanced and scarce computer chips. Any thoughts, MAGA? Explain it. Explain this. Explain why UAE couldn't have chips, but after they gave Trump's company $2 billion, suddenly they got access to the chips. How'd that happen? Coincidence? I'm going to mute the fuck out of you guys today if you don't answer this question. Because now I'm pissed. All right, cool. J-Flow, 2-minute mute. Appreciate it. I'm going to go on a muting spree here. Not because I don't want to use a phone line. I want it to be difficult for people to call in and interrupt me. That's why. I only want people to come up here who are willing to have a conversation. Larry, business. Yeah, exactly, Larry. He's doing business instead of his job as the president. Thank you. What about the big guy in Ukraine? Chris Conlon muted for 2 minutes. Appreciate it. Call it business deal, Derp Master. Yeah, he's the president. He's not supposed to use his role as the president to make billions of dollars. Oh, yeah, we're going to be fascist as fuck. Anybody else? Explain all the shady stuff with the Clinton, says Chad Sutton. 2-minute mute for Chad Sutton. Somebody want to explain it? Can't. Oh, how much you start buying your own stream, big boy? You can talk to the crazy. Host is biting the hands that feed him. You guys don't pay me, dipshit. Pat Yeager, 2-minute mute. Your views, I don't get paid on your views. I'm a political streamer. The ad revenue on views is nonsense. I'm completely crowdfunded. We might get $20 from this video. You can get 100,000 views on a live stream and get $20. You broke the law, put him in jail. Well, you'd think so, but who would investigate him, Tom? Who's going to investigate him? Pam Bondi? Yash Patel? Any of you? No answer by any of you?
Just want to remind you, it's 1 minute or 5 minutes on YouTube.
1 minute or 5 minutes. All right, we're going to do 5-minute mutes on these people then.
Yeah,
right.
And also, fun fact, if you type in all caps, it gets you timed out too, just because.
Sandra Bowman gets 5 minutes for not answering the question and trying to deflect onto Ilhan Omar. This is crazy. Not one of you can answer? Dumb, 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 dumb. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said, like, MAGA thinks that like they're victims when they just try and change a conversation and annoy people, and then the people are like, you're annoying, go away, and they're like, I'm a victim now, I'm muting you because you can't answer a fucking question. Explain this to me. Just explain why this is legal. Where were the people that were going to come explain this earlier? I know, Nodog, but I don't want more people to call in a debate. I know you weren't upset with me. Oh, you're responding to them. Yeah, I want it to be difficult for people to call in. Otherwise, I'll never get a show out. It'll just be people calling in. Trolls will call. You see it on TikTok, how easy it is. 5 out of 10 callers just jump on and say the N-word. You just get trolled. So that's why I make it more difficult. All right. Well, good try, guys. You did really good stuff there. Back to what did we get this guy's name? I forget his name. Who's this? Does it have it in the description? Let's say who the panel is. I always forget his name.
But I mean, David, the level of brazenness of this. I mean, look, I understand they got lucrative book deals, and the parent, maybe there's foreign owners from these publishing houses, but I mean, I'm not sure of the quid pro quo that you're alleging. Yeah. It certainly seems like, I mean, Anna, do you think this is the same thing?
Well, also, listen, what happened after Bill Clinton and after Barack Obama was Joe Biden. And we all saw his son get raked over the coals and get scrutinized, which I think was the right thing for Congress to do.
I think it's Matthew Whitaker. Somebody look that up. Is it Matthew Whitaker?
The problem that we have here is that Congress has abdicated its duty to provide a check and balance, to provide any oversight. And that, in turn, has left Donald Trump and those around him unrestrained. And they have taken that lack of restraint and turned it into billions of dollars of grifting.
We just never should have even engaged in the conversation about Hunter Biden. I think all of us made the mistake of assuming that if we engaged in that we would, like, we were all on the same page, that we just didn't want to, we didn't want the government to be corrupt, so we needed to make sure that we rooted that out. Nobody got in the way. They were allowed to investigate Hunter Biden. The FBI investigated Hunter Biden. Congress investigated Hunter Biden. By the way, how come Trump hasn't released the Hunter Biden laptop? You guys ever wondered that? Kash Patel's in charge of the FBI now. The FBI has the laptop. Why haven't they released the laptop? Probably because it's not what they said it was, right? Isn't that weird? It's not Matt Whitaker. What's his first name? It's not Matt Whitaker. People are saying David Urban. Is that really who it is? Oh, I've never heard of him. I actually thought that was Matt Whitaker. Okay, yeah, you're right. David Urban. All right, everything I said about David Urban, as far as like what his job was wrong, because I thought that was Matt Whitaker. He is a lobbyist, a consultant, and a political commentator. Who does he lobby for? Up here. He does look like Matt Whitaker, though, doesn't he? Support of Voyager Technologies, Regent Craft. He was the VP at ByteDance? Oh, shit. That was definitely not who I thought it was. All right, moving on. Let's go here. All right, I want to talk a little bit. Well, let's jump into the ICE stuff, actually. This is more unconstitutionality out of this administration. So the Associated Press was able to get this through an organization called Whistleblower Aid. Whistleblower Aid offers services to whistleblowers, free services. They are attorneys, and that way, if you want to whistleblow, you are protected. Nobody trusts that this administration won't go after whistleblowers because they keep going after whistleblowers. They keep trying to prosecute whistleblowers rather than investigate. Joe Dirt said, don't forget Eric Kushner wants Palestine. Good point. Thank you. And And so they put this out. They said there's a secretive DHS memo authorizes ICE to illegally enter homes without a judicial warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Well, the whistleblower aid represents two anonymous United States government officials disclosing a secretive and seemingly unconstitutional policy directive. This policy directive authorizes Immigration and Customs Enforcement to enter homes and residences without consent in order to conduct arrests and removals without a warrant issued by a judge. Given that we are keeping the whistleblowers' identities anonymous, even from oversight investigators, our objective is to provide as much information as possible for investigators to locate and gather evidence in order to initiate a formal investigation, while balancing our clients' concerns and need for anonymity. Accordingly, if there are any questions following your review of this disclosure, please contact the undersigned, yada, yada, yada. Here is what they have found. This is from Todd Lyons, the acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Said on January 20th, President Donald J. Trump issued Executive Order 14159 protecting the American people against invasion, directing Homeland Security to ensure successful enforcement of final orders of removal. Essential to the removal of aliens subject to final orders of removal is the ability to locate and arrest them. To this end, certain supervisory immigration officers within both the enforcement and removal operations and Homeland Security investigations are authorized to issue an administrative warrant. Although the U.S. Department of Homeland Security has not historically relied on administrative warrants alone to arrest aliens subject to final orders of removal in their place of residence, the DHS Office of the General Counsel has recently determined the U.S. Constitution, the Immigration and Nationality Act, and the immigration regulations do not prohibit relying on administrative warrants for this purpose. They just decided we don't need warrants to enter people's homes now. And they're entering homes of U.S. citizens, right? Because you can't own a home if you're not a U.S. citizen. So now what they are saying is we just don't believe that you need to have a signed warrant to enter the home owned by a U.S. citizen. Beautiful, says Ack. Yeah, beautiful. I love it. Fuck our rights. Who wants your house to be safe from searches and seizures without a warrant? You guys got mad that Donald Trump's house got raided with a warrant, and now you're on the other side defending, yeah, we should just search houses without warrants. It's fine. That's their justification. We've just decided that no longer do we have to act within the law. Accordingly, in light of this legal determination, ICE immigration officers may arrest and detain aliens subject to a final what does that say? Order of removal issued by an immigration judge, the Board of Immigration Appeals, or a U.S. judge. Yeah. Fuck the Fourth Amendment. You don't need that. This is what we voted for. Thanks, David. You guys don't like the Constitution anymore? Fourth Amendment's not a thing for you guys anymore? Yeah, we don't really like that. You can actually have all of our rights if you want to. Take them all. We don't give a shit. You know what's interesting? I was reading through I might have saved this, actually. I was reading through the Gaza, peace group, investment firm, whatever you want to call it. Look at how much they care about people's rights. Let me scroll down here. It is the most anti-Republican, anti-conservative stance you could possibly take. At least what you guys say you believe in. Let's see if I can find this. Damn, did I not save it? You don't get no gun rights, by the way. They're going to confiscate everybody's guns. It's going to be a complete surveillance state. You're going to have massive police presence. You will be monitored everywhere you go. You have to get permission to come and go. That's what these billionaires all want in your country too. That's what they want here. Why are you guys cheerleading us into a police state now? There's nothing they can do. Like if ICE says we're putting cameras on every street in America, we're now putting up cameras and we can access those cameras anytime we want. We can zoom in through your windows. None of you will say shit. Why do you all trust the government all of a sudden? I love the government, man. They never do anything wrong. They don't invade our privacy or anything, dude. I want them to be part of the family. I can't come unless I know that ICE is watching me. It's devastating. Put a camera right in my bathroom too. I need ICE to watch me shit. It's a good point, Ween baby. If they're truly illegal, how does ICE know where to go? And why do they get to violate the Fourth Amendment rights of U.S. citizens in order to go get people who are here illegally? I love the conservatives. They already watch us. Okay, so stop cheerleading for more then. Don't ask for more. This has been happening for years. Bro, this is the dumbest fucking... Why do you all have the dumbest fucking arguments? Listen, I don't know if everybody's like this. If you have ADHD, you're probably like me. When I think of something, when I read something, I have a debate inside of my head. And I ask myself, what is the counter argument going to be here? So when you're a Republican and you say some dumb fucking thing like, Obama deported more people and there were no riots in the streets, why? What was different? It's just because Trump. Maybe, but we didn't have riots in the streets the first time around with Trump either. So what's different? Did the first Trump administration have masked men driving through neighborhoods, assaulting citizens, kidnapping children, wrongfully deporting people, taking people and putting them in torture camps in other countries? No. This is all new. The reason that nobody ever protested like this is because we've never fucking done this before. And I think that you guys know that too. I think that deep down you know that. And I do think that it shows a lot about you just as a human being to know that what you're saying is fucking dumb and you know that there's a difference, but you're going to say the dumb shit anyways because what you don't want to do is admit that you voted for an absolute unequivocal fucking fascist. You'll never admit that you're wrong. So you will give these shittiest arguments. If you don't know, before you give that argument, if you didn't know the answer already, you are dumber than we could have imagined. You have to be living in a box full of like fumes to not know that this is different than anything we've ever done. It's just because it's Trump. Oh yeah, sure, that's what it is. You have to know this. If you don't, I'm deeply, deeply concerned for your neighborhood, for your families, and for the rest of your life. I'm concerned that you could easily be convinced to do goddamn near anything. Because if that truly is your argument, your brain has just stopped functioning. You just wait for somebody to give you your argument and you just regurgitate it. That is one of the most remarkably dumb opinions you could have. Oh, Obama did this too. No, he didn't. Neither did Biden. Nobody ever has done this. And you know that. You must know that. I am Charlie Kirk. Who said that? We carry the flame. You're an idiot. Well, maybe I'm an idiot. But at least I didn't say that. At least I didn't say every president has done this. At least I didn't say that. There's people smarter than me. There's probably people that are smarter than me that like, this guy needs to shut the fuck up. But at least I didn't do that. It could have been worse. Moving on. Sheriffs, law enforcement all over the country are starting to stand up and tell the truth. And for all the ACAB feelings I have, I am grateful for these law enforcement officials standing up and correcting ICE and making sure that people know that Department of Homeland Security and ICE and the Trump administration are lying right to your fucking face every day. Lee says, towards the MAGA educational series, thank you. Trumpers have a victim complex and a male authority complex, also a sit in the chair by the bed complex, also a worshiping complex. Joe Dirt, I got that one. Appreciate it. Guys, just a reminder, we are crowdfunded. We got about 2 hours left in the show. If we can knock out that gift goal, be greatly appreciated. Here is... get his name again, Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce, about something that happened to one of his officers yesterday, 2 days ago.
We've all seen the 3-minute video. And I've heard some people say, oh, it's hard to watch. What was hard is that there were 5 to 7 ICE agents there. In my world, my colleagues, we've arrested some dangerous people on the back roads of Cumberland County with 3 or less deputies. Yet, this was a show of force, a show of whatever they were trying to do with 7 people. What's even more disturbing is the comment made by the witness that videotaped this encounter, who said that in the 3 minutes they got out, they pulled a guy from the car, handcuffed him, put him in the car, they all took off, leaving his car with the windows down, the lights on, unsecure, and unoccupied. They left it right on the side of the street. Folks, that's Bush League policing. Again, in my world, you wait for a wrecker. You wait for somebody to come pick it up that the individual wants. Or you get permission to drive the vehicle into a public parking spot and you lock it up and you give the person their car keys. You don't leave their personal belongings unsecure along the streets of the city of Portland. It's not fair to the guy that owns the car. It's surely not fair to the Portland police. And it's what my understanding is going on. I'll end with this. We're being told one story, which is totally different than what's occurring or what occurred last night.
ICE is arresting police officers based on the color of their skin. They're criminals. By the way, at least, somebody asked, like, at least, I know of at least 4 different, 4 or 5, I think it's 5, U.S. citizens in 2025 that were deported by ICE. All of them children, by the way. And you might say, well, their parents were here illegal. They're still U.S. citizens. However, when we talk about detaining people, you can talk about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was illegally sent to a torture camp. We know that he was illegally sent to a torture camp because the courts ruled on it and the Trump administration brought him back. So if it wasn't illegal, they wouldn't have brought him back. And then they said, well, he's an MS-13 gang member and he was trafficking humans. And then they dropped those charges because they don't have any evidence of that either. Because they were guessing. They were just saying, like, if somebody looks like a gang member, we're sending them. Torture? Yeah, he was tortured in CCOT. They're all being tortured in CCOT. Are you unaware of this? Are you unaware of the physical and sexual abuse that happens in CCOT? Yeah. We literally send people to torture camps. And I know you're racist, so you don't give a fuck because they're brown. And you think that if they're here illegally, they deserve to be tortured. And that's a pretty fucked up thing that's a pretty fucked up thought that you would have, that somebody just being here in this country illegally is grounds for them to be tortured. Any evidence? Are you fucking unaware of this? MAGA, I swear to God, do you not know that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was sent to CCOT, then ordered by a judge to return, and then the charges were dropped? You can look this up. Are you honest to God unaware of this? Yeah, this is what I mean. They truly have their heads in the sand. And anything they don't like, they just refuse to believe it. That's fucking crazy. They lost the court case. Kristi Noem's like, we'll never bring him back. They brought him back. What's he doing here then? If it was a lawful deportation, the fuck's he doing here? That's crazy that you guys don't know that. That's insane. Go look it up. I'm not doing your fucking homework for you. You won't believe it anyways. Even if I showed it to you, you wouldn't believe it. Or you just be like, good. Welcome. Teach him a lesson. All right. Here's Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley talking about dealing with ICE in his community near St. Paul, Minnesota.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mark Bruley, Police Chief of the City of Brooklyn Park. Behind me is a bunch of amazing police chiefs that are here in support of a very short but very important message that we want to share with you.
I appreciate it. John, I say that. John said, you drive down on all the negative everything, never talk about the good, and there's plenty of it. That's not my fucking job, and it's not your fucking job. Our job is not to be cheerleaders for the government. Our job is to hold the government accountable. And you guys seem to have fucking forgot that. You forgot that as soon as Donald Trump was in office. I didn't cheerlead Joe Biden. I wasn't out there dick riding Joe Biden. I didn't show up every day to, like, here's a list of accomplishments by Joe Biden, because I don't fucking care. The government's supposed to do good things. The government's not supposed to break the law, and they don't need me to cheerlead them. That's silly. I don't give a fuck. I'm not trying to give you the news of the day and tell you everything that happened today. This, like, make no doubt about it. My job, as I view it, and I'm self-employed, my job is to consistently point out when the government is doing things that I believe are wrong or illegal. And I'll always do that. If you want to go watch a stream dick riding the president, go watch any MAGA stream. I think they open with a prayer to him. But I don't think that's the role of the citizens. It makes it, why? Why do I need to say anything he did well? What's the point of that? Well, because then we'll know that you're not biased. You can find out. It doesn't fucking matter if I'm biased. Fact check what I say. You guys are so obsessed with bias. It doesn't fucking matter. Every human being is biased, including myself. So just fact check what I say. What none of you have been able to do at any point is poke a hole in a single thing I've said today. Not one. It's just insults. It's just crybaby bullshit from you. How come you're not celebrating Donald Trump? How come you're not telling us that Donald Trump's great? Because I don't give a fuck and he sucks. So come up here and fact check something then. If I get it wrong, but if you need a place to go masturbate to, Benny Johnson's probably live. Tim Pool's probably live. Maybe you can just go watch the White House press secretary blow Trump publicly. If you need to get your rocks off and then come back, go ahead and do it. But I don't cheerlead the government here. I'm not a bootlicking bitch.
What you won't hear from any of us today is rhetoric of abolish ICE or that there shouldn't be immigration enforcement. The truth is, immigration enforcement is necessary for our national security and for local security. But how it's done is extremely important. In fact, we have a long history of working exceptionally well with our federal partners, including ICE agents, and we have seen the best of them perform their job extremely well in the past. With that said, recently, as the last 2 weeks, we, as law enforcement community, have been receiving endless complaints about civil rights violations in our streets from U.S. citizens. What we're hearing is they're being stopped in traffic stops or on the street with no cause and being forced to demand paperwork to determine if they are here legally. As this went on over the past 2 weeks, we started hearing from our police officers the same complaints as they fell victim to this while off duty.
ICE is so bad at their job and so fucking racist that they're stopping and detaining law enforcement because of the color of their skin. I get it. I get it. Most of you guys are probably white. You don't give a fuck. Some of you are bootlicking cucks, so you probably want to be pulled over by ICE. Oh, I hope they give me a rectal exam. Officer, I'm not sure, but there might be something up there. You may want to check. You want me to bend over? Can all three of you try? See if you could. Try 3 fingers instead. But that's the police state they're in. If you want a police state, that's good for you. I don't want to live in a police state. I don't think that you should have to be accosted because of the color of your skin here. I had hoped that we were progressing. It used to be the law that you could be stopped for that. Then we stopped doing it, and it still happens in a lot of places. But I thought we were getting better. And then Trump came in. He's like, what if we did more of it? What if we were just like more racist?
Every one of these individuals is a person of color who has had this happen to them. In Brooklyn Park, one particular officer that shared her story with me was stopped as she passed ICE going down the roadway. When they boxed her in, they demanded her paperwork, of which she's a U.S. citizen and clearly would not have any paperwork. When she became concerned about the rhetoric and the way she was being treated, she pulled out her phone. In an attempt to record the incident, the phone was knocked out of her hands, prevented her from recording it. The officer had their guns.
I like you guys. You think there's only two. Republicans think there's 2 options. We live in a totalitarian police state or we have unlimited illegal immigration. There's like, where were you guys on during COVID? I think you guys were the ones that were upset about having to wear a mask or having to social distance, right? A lot of you guys fear-mongered about having to be stopped with your papers. COVID killed a hell of a lot more people than illegal immigrants did. It was more expensive. It cost more money. There was way more fraud with COVID. Not a peep. It's not about what you say it is. You're all fucking liars. There's kind of like two groups of Trump supporters now at this point. You have the racists who are just like, I fucking love this, but I'm not going to admit it publicly, so I'm going to pretend it's law and order. And then there's the dipshits who are just like, I just support everything Donald Trump does, no matter what. Anything he says, I just support it. And I deflect, support. But you're telling me that you want to live in a country where if you have brown skin, you now have to carry your paperwork to prove that you are a citizen of this country? And your excuse for that is, well, we've got an immigration problem. You don't. So what are they accomplishing? What did they accomplish by pulling her over? Knocking her phone to the ground? Nothing. They wasted their time. It seems like they don't know what the fuck they're doing. It seems like they don't even know how to find people who are here illegally. Seems like they're a bunch of lazy pussies who are taking 10 of them and ganging up on one woman. Notice they're not going after violent criminals. As of yet, ironically enough, you're like, we're going after violent criminals. Okay, but the only people that you can ever show being violent are the protesters who push a cop once in a while. He threw a snowball. Why is it so easy to take these violent criminals down? They're not shooting at the police. They're not shooting at ICE. They're not attacking ICE. No, this is low-hanging fruit because nobody wants to work for ICE unless you're just kind of like a racist bitch. So these are untrained, dumb, racist bitches, and they don't want to put their life on the line. You watch them. Watch how thin-skinned these little bitches are. Watch how quickly they pull out tear gas, pepper spraying people who are already detained and on the ground. These are the biggest cowards this country has ever seen. They're not going after violent criminals. They're pussies. So they're just they're literally targeting women and children. Well, if there's 10 of us, I think we can handle this one woman. And then when she's a citizen, they get mad at her. How dare you be a citizen? We thought we had one. And you know why they're so anxious to do this? Because they have fucking quotas and they have bonuses. So it doesn't matter to them if they go and detain U.S. citizens. It doesn't matter if they beat the fuck out of somebody. They're just trying to make that money. We have legitimate, like, paid roving gangs all over the country. They're just allowed to accost anybody they want to. No repercussions. Name what ICE agent has been held accountable? I mean, there's thousands of videos of ICE agents breaking the law, assaulting people. Not one of them's held accountable.
Drawn during this interaction, and after the officer became so concerned, they were forced to identify themselves as a Brooklyn Park police officer in hopes of slowing the incident and de-escalating the incident down. The agents then immediately left after hearing this, making no other comments, no other apologies, just got in their vehicles and left. I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident. In fact, many of the chiefs standing behind me have similar incidents with their off-duty officers. This isn't just important because it happened to off-duty police officers, but what it did do is we know that our officers know what the Constitution is, they know what right and wrong is, and they know when people are being targeted, and that's what they were.
It's not good when the police, where the same group of people who like regularly infringe on people's rights are like, you've gone too far. When the police are saying you've gone too far, you've probably gone too far. I mean, like they love stepping on people's rights. They love trampling on people's rights. They love racial profiling. It's like what police do. So even when it's these guys going, that's enough, ICE, you know it's really out of control.
If it is happening to our officers, it pains me to think of how many of our community members are falling victim to this every day. It has to stop.
All right. Lindsay said they've proven it doesn't matter until it's them. Oh, yeah. I mean, look at what they did with the church the other day. We've had 4 days of coverage. They went into a church and yelled at somebody. Arrest them all. Send them to jail. That postman said, "Fuck you, loser." Send him to jail. Police officer gets accosted by 10 men, knock her phone out of her hands, harass her, demand her papers. It's fine. It's fine. No big deal. But they yelled in a church? Oh my God. The humanity. What are we going to do if people yell in a church? You're exactly right. It's just, there's not really like a discussion to be had there. It's just, again, hopefully once a day we pick somebody off. Hopefully there's people in this chat that are like kind of undecided and they're like, do I really? I mean, I know this host, he swears a lot. He might say some things I don't like, but what's going on here? These other people are just like cheerleading a police state. They're just cheerleading, getting rid of all black and brown people. Yeah, we just got to pick off one of you guys at a time. And if you look at polling, Trump's fucked. It has never been more fucked with his polling. If Republicans don't get smashed in the midterms, it will be historic. It will be the only time in the history of this country that you have had polling so against the president where his party won the midterms. You never rule anything out in an election, but it would be the first time in history that anything even close to this happened. He's that unpopular with the people. What was this? Axe said, it's 79 and sunny here, chat. I hope you feel better, Jen. Thanks for everything, RTP Gen mods and all my RTP family. Have a wonderful and safe weekend. Thank you. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. Got about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours left. And then we'll be done. If you want to help us knock out that gift goal, you can use Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal, as well as Super Chats. I'll read anything that you write. And again, to the MAGA in the comments, we have been live for 2 straight hours now. And within 5 minutes of me starting the show, I welcomed you to come up here and explain to me while I'm wrong. And just real quick, chat, if we could all take a moment to call every MAGA in the chat a fucking coward. We're going to take just a second. Anybody who's not MAGA, make sure that you call these MAGA folks cowards. Because it's been 2 hours now, and none of them have figured out how to come up and have a conversation with me. They want to sit in their safe space in the chat where nobody can push back. And if they lose a debate, they can just slink away. So make sure, chat, that you remind that these MAGA people, everything they say, that before anything else, they are cowards who are unwilling to use their voice and their brains to prove this dummy. I'm just some dipshit guy. I'm lying about everything. I don't know what I'm talking about. It would be easy to debunk me, and they cowardly sit in the chat for hours at a time, despite repeated invitations. You can message GenDub1 on Discord. We can bring you up at any point. You're welcome to come up here and just show me where I'm wrong, or you can continue to be cowards in the chat. Let's move on here. This is Department of Corrections in Minnesota, also now standing up and calling out ICE again and DHS for lying. This is a little bit longer one. We won't go through the whole clip. But, well, yeah, we'll start with this, then we'll go backwards.
Good morning, everyone. Paul Schnell, Commissioner of the Department of Corrections. We appreciate you being here today. We're holding this press conference because despite our best efforts to correct the record and engage directly with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, they continue to publicly repeat information that is inaccurate and misleading. This is no longer simple misunderstanding. At best, DHS fundamentally misunderstands Minnesota's correctional system.
Natalie says, release the files, fuck ICE, fuck Trump. Thank you, Natalie.
At a minimum, this reflects systemic data management inadequacies or incompetence as it relates to DHS tracking of detainers in custody. At worst, it is pure propaganda. Numbers released without evidence to stoke fear rather than inform the public. I'm here today because we believe Americans and Minnesotans deserve the facts. The Department of Corrections operates state prisons. We do not operate county jails. We do not operate ICE detention facilities. We do not decide who receives an ICE detainer. When DHS conflates the processes and procedures of state prisons, county jails, and
while this is going, Digital Warrior, because I think I think that you are good faith, and I see that you're talking about the FACE Act here. Can I just ask you a serious question? Do you think people going into a church and protesting is anywhere near the top of our priorities right now in terms of law breaking? I do think you're open-minded, and I like the idea of seeing both sides. But do you at least recognize that on one side of the aisle, we're talking about kidnapping, breaking into the homes of American citizens, detaining, arresting American citizens over and over. We had just last week, they literally beat the shit out of a 17-year-old, kidnapped him, and then dropped him off down the street like 10 minutes away for saying potty words at them. And then it's like, then we got the Republicans' response to this is, but you yelled in a church. I understand. I know you're responding to the chat. I'm not trying to be critical of you. I just want to know if you recognize that like the Republicans' complaint right now and their whataboutism is somebody yelled in a church. Some people showed up and yelled in a church. And on the opposite side of that, we have physical abuse, kidnapping, sexual assault in many cases, physical assault in many cases. 37 people have died in ICE custody. I think that was the number. Might have been more than that. It was from Thursday. I could pull that number. Like, people are dying and being accosted, and the Republicans are like, but what about our churches where people yelled? That's crazy. At a church too, where Jesus is like, hey, take care of the poor. Love everybody. Love your neighbor like yourself. Welcome people. Welcome the foreigners in. And you're like, we're at church trying to learn about how to treat people nicely. Maybe treat people nicely instead. Maybe don't. Maybe talk to your priest about how he squares talking about the love of Jesus Christ every weekend and then goes out and accosts black and brown people all over a city. You can charge those people with whatever crime you want. I mean, trespassing, I'm assuming, is what they're going to be charged with, and I could give a fuck, and they probably don't give a fuck either. Sometimes you break the law for civil disobedience, but it is alarmingly pathetic that you guys are talking about that. You weren't even there. You wanted the big story to be that some people came into a church and yelled at a time when, like, this president has literally just like helped commit a genocide, murdered people, kidnapped a foreign leader, drone striking people all over the world, stealing people's oil, stealing from the American people, taking that money and putting it in foreign bank accounts. American citizens are starving in the streets. And you want us to be upset that some people went into a church and yelled? Toughen the fuck up. Nobody gives a fuck about that. This is just you guys not wanting to address reality. That's your victimhood is crazy. The stuff that you guys think shows that MAGA is victims. Is that somebody yelled at you? Oh no. Oh. People are yelling at ICE. Oh no, not yelling at ICE. What are we ever going to do if people get yelled at? You are the biggest bunch of crybabies, man. These are real people's lives. Real people's lives here being ripped apart. Real people dying. Real people being sexually assaulted. Real people being assaulted. Real children being kidnapped. Teenagers being kidnapped. But they yelled at the church. The people got so mad at our kidnapping that they yelled at the church. What the fuck's wrong with these people? I wonder why they're mad.
Detention into a single talking point. The result is misinformation. That is what we're correcting today. DHS has repeatedly claimed that there are more than 1,360 individuals with ICE detainers in Minnesota custody. Despite request, DHS has provided no data source, no tracking methodology, no jurisdictional breakdown, and no time frame explaining how their numbers were produced. We have asked to come together around the data. We have received no answer. At this point,
That's a good point, Drew. Drew said there were 56 deaths under ICE under the Obama administration. It's true. 37 in 1 year under Trump. So we were on pace to blow that out of the water. And by the way, there were people that were protesting Obama. It wasn't you. It wasn't establishment Democrats. It's fair to say, if you're looking at Chuck Schumer, if you're looking at Nancy Pelosi, if you're looking at almost all Democrats, it's fair to say they didn't criticize what Obama did, even though they're not on the same level. But there was a group of people criticizing Obama, and it was the far left. The far left in this country is on virtually every issue regarding the government and war and mistreatment of people, the far left in this country is batting 1,000. They are right every fucking time. They've been right on every war. They've been right on every genocide. They've been right on drone strikes. They've been right on regime change. They've literally been right about everything when it comes to not only foreign policy, use of the military, and use of police. They're right every fucking time. So it's fair for you to criticize Democrats, but where a lot of this audience is, that's a lot further left than that. Like, this audience was critical of Obama too.
DHS is asking the public to trust a number it refuses to explain. Since we can't wait for DHS to come out with an explanation anymore, we conducted a point-in-time survey of county jails across the state. That survey showed that there were 94 individuals with ICE detainers in Minnesota county jails. In Minnesota state prisons, there are 207 individuals with active ICE detainers, exactly as we have consistently stated. That total is 301 individuals, nowhere close to the 1,360 DHS has publicly.
1 second, said W. Oslo. Why is Twitch chat not loading in? Also, whatever you did, I couldn't see. Oh, there it is. Now it popped up. I don't know why Twitch chat's not loading in.
Discussed. That is a discrepancy, obviously, of about 1,000 people. We do not know where this additional 1,000 people are coming from or where they may be. Perhaps it's a typo. It may be an internal federal database problem. It may be that DHS does not actually know who it picked up from Minnesota DOC custody, because we are seeing them claim that they arrested people they picked up from our prisons through our cooperation in the last few months.
All right. Now that part's important because DHS keeps doing this thing. They keep talking about, they're releasing numbers that nobody can verify. You've seen it. Donald Trump went and he held out the pictures. And they keep running into this problem where DHS claims that they're looking for something. They're entering a home. They've got a warrant, and that person is already in jail. For some reason, DHS doesn't know this, but they're claiming that they do. Yoga Story Now said the church protest is no different than the sit-ins of the civil rights movement. People engaging in civil disobedience do so because they care more about justice and morality than the optics of law and order. True. And they're fine being arrested for it. Amy Lynn said the ushers let them in. It was a guided faith tour. Oslo said, yeah, charge them with trespassing, but then Trump will pardon them, right? Yeah, yeah, for sure. Amy said, I can't even go to a Seahawks game without church leaders yelling at us. They got the church people out there. You're going to hell. Repent. Sad Renee, thank you very much. I got that one, I think, earlier from Mac. That. All right. Now I want to get into what he was referencing there. So there was an exchange that started with Matt McDermott and then Trish McLaughlin. So this is Matt McDermott. He put up this post. He said, yesterday, Reuters captured ICE breaking down a door and dragging a man out half naked into the freezing cold in St. Paul. This was from a few days ago, obviously. According to his sister-in-law, they returned him after realizing he's a naturalized U.S. citizen with no criminal record. This man is let out during the snow in a blanket, no shirt on. This is their response. ICE came to my brother-in-law Sally's apartment, broke down the door, trashed the place, handcuffed him, and put a gun to his daughter-in-law's head. They did not allow him to put on proper clothing and forced him outside in freezing weather. Sally is a naturalized U.S. citizen. He has no criminal record. ICE drove him around for nearly an hour, questioned him, fingerprinted him. Only after all of that did they realize he had no criminal history and no reason to be detained. They then dropped him back off at his apartment like nothing happened. We believe they were looking for someone who previously lived there, but instead of asking for identification, they chose violence, intimidation, and humiliation. So we are obviously using this warrant process that they're saying that they're just going to ignore. There's no signed warrant to get into this house. They go into this house. It's full of citizens. They grab a citizen. The citizen says, I'm not giving you my ID. I don't have to. What the fuck are you doing in my house anyways? And they say, fuck you. You're coming with us. And they walk him outside in his underwear and then interrogate him for an hour before bringing him back. Now, MAGA, I would like you to explain this real quick before we move on. What justification do we have here? I'd like to know your guys' thoughts. What's the justification? They did it for a meme. How are we justifying this today? It's the wrong person, Microbial Joe. The father abandoned the child. You're early. I know your prepared talking point is on the wrong person right now. He was illegal. What do we got? This is kidnapping. Why are these ICE agents not in jail for kidnapping right now? They were looking for child predators. Well, they didn't find one. They found this man instead, and they walked him outside in his underwear and then drove him around for an hour and violated all of his rights. So they just they're shitty at their job, and then they break the law. I appreciate that. That's MAGA's response so far. The defense so far for MAGA is they were looking for somebody else, and they're dog shit at their job. All right, that's a good explanation, actually. Anybody else? The child predators are at the White House. True. That's where they should go. This has already been debunked. I love this. All right, Kay, I'm going to demand an apology for you in a few minutes. But Kay, this is what I was looking for. This has already been debunked, and you are spouting lies. This man was not cooperating because he was allowing two illegals who are both guilty of trafficking kids and refused to give names. Guys, remember Kay Ballum. And Kay Ballum, I look forward to this apology in a minute. Let's continue with this thread. So Trish McLaughlin said exactly what Kay said. And then Kay took Trish McLaughlin's word and stopped researching. She said, yesterday, in St. Paul, ICE conducted a targeted operation of two convicted sex offenders. One of the criminal targets had convictions for sex with a minor and sexual assault. The other target had convictions for sexual assault with penetration in the first degree, domestic violence, and violating a protective order. Both also have convictions for failure to register as sex offenders. They both have final orders of removal from an immigration judge. Now, obviously, still not him. Secondly, even if he doesn't cooperate, they can't arrest him because he's a U.S. citizen and they have no jurisdiction. So even if what she was saying was true, that he was protecting them, they still can't arrest him. They still can't take him out and drive him around. They still can't kidnap him. You are under no obligation to give the police the whereabouts of a suspected criminal. You don't have to do that. The U.S. citizen lives with these two convicted sex offenders at the site of the operation. The individual refused to be fingerprinted or facially ID'd, which he has no obligation to do. He matched the description of the targets. He doesn't. Spoiler. As with any law enforcement agency, it is standard protocol to hold all individuals in a house of an operation for safety of the public and law enforcement. Except for they didn't hold him in a house. They took him out of the house. They drove him around. Both of these sexual predators remain at large. Both of them are at large. They're dangerous. In St. Paul, we'll be providing the public with photos and descriptors to help us locate and apprehend these public safety threats. You guys are in so much danger. They're at large. They're not in the house with this man who they definitely live with. They're at large. Homeland Democrats responded. Your whole day spent spinning, smearing, and lying to cover up for ICE when they screw up. The Tao family confirmed
agents brought this American citizen out of his home wearing only his underwear while the wind chill was below zero.
New this evening.
No, ICE cannot arrest citizens. You're wrong about that, Raven Swenson. You're wrong. ICE is a special division that was created to go after terrorists, and they specifically cannot arrest U.S. citizens unless that U.S. citizen is in the act of committing a felony, in which case they can only arrest to detain them and turn them over to law enforcement with proper authority. In this case, they've arrested somebody who was not committing a felony, and they never turned them over to law enforcement. And a little bit of reading would make it so that you don't sound so dumb.
Connor, what is hearing from that man and from a family friend, the mayor of St. Paul?
Really?
This is the latest on a growing list of incidents where ICE has detained an American in Minnesota. This time, agents bursting through Chong Lee Scott Tao's front door in St. Paul. He says they didn't have a warrant.
They pointed a gun to me and my daughter-in-law.
Microbial Joe, I'm going to be a dick the rest of this time. Microbial Joe says I'm misunderstanding facts and calling me kiddo. Microbial Joe, you have 5 minutes to come up here and explain the facts that I'm getting wrong. Otherwise, you get muted for 5 minutes. And we're going to do this from time to time. I'm tired of you guys just saying, you're wrong. I got to wake you guys. I got to get you the fuck out of this cult. And the only way to get you the fuck out of this cult is to publicly embarrass you by making you use your words and explain that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And that the reason you're saying I'm wrong is because you don't like what I'm saying, not because I'm actually wrong. But anybody who watches this knows I've already debated this with all of you. We spent like 3 straight days asking you guys to cite the code that allows ICE to arrest or detain U.S. citizens. And I fact-checked everyone. We pulled up the U.S. code every time. And for 3 straight days, you couldn't do it. That's how I know that you don't have an answer here. And this is cope for you. And you're calling me kiddo like you're smarter, but you don't have an answer for this. So you've got to give me a code. Cite the code that gives them the authority to arrest U.S. citizens outside of the way that I just explained when the U.S. citizen is committing a felony, in which case they can detain until that U.S. citizen can be picked up by law enforcement. I'll wait. You can cite the code, but if you don't come up here, we got to mute you.
And then they told me to come out here without my clothes on.
Bystanders captured agents walking a handcuffed Tao through the snow, covered in little more than a blanket.
And my grandson watched everything. After they took me, he was crying, looking for me.
Tao says agents took him away in a car to what he called the middle of nowhere. Finally reviewing his ID, he says they let him go.
And they didn't say anything. They didn't say sorry or anything. They just, okay, you're good.
St. Paul Mayor Khalil Hur says that this has only deepened her frustration with ICE's operations in the Twin Cities metro, in no small part because this man is a close family friend.
That we are not exaggerating when we are saying that our cities are under siege.
Thanks, Tony. Tony said, happy Friday.
Mayor Hur says her mother-in-law and Tao's mother worked together at a hospital in Laos during the secret war in the 60s, and their families remain connected. She says the way ICE treated Tao is inhumane, pushing back on how the Department of Homeland Security is explaining what happened.
We are currently also looking for 2 sexual predators.
DHS says they went to Tao's house looking for these 2 men, claiming...
Yeah, all right. Where are we at here? How many seconds are we here? We're at... where are we at? 136? All right. Get a close-up. They said he matched the description. That was their excuse. He matched the description. There were a lot of excuses. He wasn't cooperating. He wouldn't show ID. He wouldn't do a facial scan. He matched the description. Both of these people are like 30 or 40 years younger than him. He did not match the description. That's bullshit. They just suck at their job.
House looking for these 2 men, claiming that he lived with them and that he matched the description for the targets. The 3 men shown side by side here.
Chong Lee is an American citizen with no criminal background. And so they absolutely have the wrong person. Instead of just saying we made a mistake, they wanted to justify their actions by saying that these individuals live in this household with this family and that it's just not true.
Tao's family says they are now pursuing legal options. In St. Paul, with photojournalist Joe Kaczynski, Connor White, WCCO News.
All right, so we've debunked like most of it so far. He's a citizen, which they have no right to detain the citizen. He obviously didn't fit the description. But let's keep moving on, because remember they said he was protecting these 2 people that lived with him. This coming from the Tao family. The family of Chong Lee Scott Tao categorically disputes the Department of Homeland Security's public statement regarding the ICE operation conducted on January 18th, 2026. Mr. Tao is a United States citizen with no criminal record. He does not live with, nor has he ever lived with, the individuals DHS claims were targets of this operation. The only people residing at the home are Mr. Tao, his son, his daughter-in-law, and his young grandson. They do not know the individual's DHS references. ICE agents did not present a warrant, did not ask for identification, and nevertheless forcibly entered the home with weapons drawn. Mr. Tao went willingly with ICE despite knowing he had done nothing wrong. During the operation, Mr. Tao was removed from his home wearing only underwear in approximately 12-degree weather, in full view of his family and neighbors. He suffers from severe psoriasis a serious medical condition that is exacerbated by extreme cold and stress. This treatment was unnecessary, degrading, and deeply traumatizing. Some people have said that they thought the marks on his body were from rubber bullets, but no, it's because he has psoriasis, which is incredibly painful. This family strongly objects to DHS's attempt to publicly justify this conduct with false and misleading claims. These statements have caused additional harm to a family already struggling to recover from a terrifying and unjustified encounter. The family is actively pursuing legal representation and has filed complaints with the ACLU of Minnesota and the Office of Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison. Due to the ongoing legal process, no further comment will be made at this time. So naturally, Homeland Democrats said, your whole day spent spinning, smearing, and lying to cover for ICE when they screw up. The Tao family confirmed he never lived with those men, but you keep screaming sex offender to distract from ICE's misconduct. It won't work. God help you. These are fucking criminals. Kristi Noem's so fucked. She is so very fucked. As soon as it's not Pam Bondi covering her ass, she is so very fucked. And Tom Homan is so very fucked. Republicans keep telling you publicly, like, we're fucked if we lose power. Yeah, because you're criminals. That's why. Because you're criminals. And you're obviously lying. But let's keep going, because it got even worse. So then she responds to that tweet, because why not have Homeland Security just on Twitter all day, and said, why are House Democrats defending convicted sex offenders? And they showed the two pictures again that prove that guy doesn't fit the description. And they've already covered those people don't live there. Then we have this. Guess where that one of them, we know for sure where one of them is. Guess where he is? He's been in prison since 2024. He's just sitting in prison. They have access to these records. How the fuck did ICE not know that this guy's in prison? How bad at their jobs are they? They didn't bother to figure out where this guy was before they burst into a house with guns drawn. Bring an old man out into the conditions when he has a condition that the cold weather exacerbates. Defend it. Let's take a break real quick. Defend it, MAGA. $100 says the news is making things up. That's what I would say too if I was a dumb motherfucker that couldn't figure out how to defend this. I'm just going to say that it's a lie. Defend it. How the fuck did they not know this guy was in prison? That's why I showed the video before. The Department of Corrections has said, like, we share this data with them. They have this. They know. They can come get people from prison. Defend it, please. Thank you, Leaping Blackman. Sorry in advance. 18 USC 111. Look what happens when we search this up. I just want you to see, Leaping Blackman, how many times, like, we've obviously covered this. He said it makes it a federal crime to forcibly assault, resist, oppose, impede, intimidate, or interfere. Right? While engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties. So if you are breaking the law, if you are detaining a U.S. citizen, if you are entering a home of a U.S. citizen with no warrant, you are not engaged in official duties. You are breaking the law. And they had, by the way, these ICE agents should be grateful that they're not dead. They have every right to shoot these ICE agents legally. You can't, your official duties don't include you breaking the law. Renee Good, they had no right to stop her because what was their official duties? Track down people who were here illegally. What did they try to do to her? They tried to remove a U.S. citizen from her car because of a traffic violation, which is not part of their official duties. Therefore, if Renee Good would have ran over that officer, she still would have been fine. Still wouldn't have been a crime. Luckily for that officer, Renee Good just tried to get away, and he's going to go down for murder. Good try, though. What did this say? This popped in. Sorry to my chat. They're so tired of 18 U.S.C. 111. Stacey said, "Oh, the irony of someone in this administration accusing Senate Democrats of protecting sex offenders." Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. You guys, yeah. Your president's a sex offender. We don't, it's fine if he does it. Everybody wanted it anyways. Molotov Juicebox said ICE equals injustice, corruption, executions. They are villains. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Over here from Jen. Ryan said for the goal. I think I got that. Charles said, do you think the taxpayers will have to pay all the wrongful suits that should hopefully come from all this? Oh, yeah, this is going to cost us a fortune. All of these people, once the Trump administration is gone, they're going to absolutely sue the government. And the government is not going to put up much of a fight here because they can't. There's not really an explanation for any of this stuff. So yeah, it's going to cost us a fortune. All of this stuff Trump's doing is costing way more than it's benefiting. Even just deporting all of these people is not cost effective. It's the most expensive way possibly to do it, and it's destroying our economy at the same time. So yeah, we're going to pay for this for a long time. Larry, you have been consistently wrong about everything. If Larry is saying no, nobody will be sued, I bet on the opposite. So anyways, we took an old man, dragged him out in the snow, harassed him, assaulted him, broke into his home, lied about people living with him. They have a lawsuit. They'll absolutely win that lawsuit. How the fuck? What would you use to counter that argument? If I said that the reason we were there is because he lived with these two convicted sex offenders, one of those sex offenders lives in prison. There's no evidence that the other one lives there. I mean, if ICE says they both live there and one of them's in prison, why would we assume that ICE was right about the other one? And then they said he fits the description. He didn't. They entered the house without a warrant, which is illegal. There's no shot they're winning that lawsuit. Oh, my big reporter, because I said that if ICE comes into your house unwarranted, that you have the right to shoot. Yeah, you do. I'm not advocating for it. I wouldn't do it. But that's what would happen. If you had a case where ICE broke in and the person in the house shot ICE, and it turned out that that person in the house was a citizen, and ICE didn't have a warrant, then yep, you have every right to do that. You can't be a lover of the Second Amendment. And ironically, too, it's like, we need the Second Amendment to protect against a tyrannical government. And now that the tyrannical government's here, they're like, how dare you advocate for using the Second Amendment against a tyrannical government? First of all, not advocating for it. Just pointing out that legally, if somebody comes into your home and they don't have the right to be in your home and they come in with weapons, of course you have every right to shoot them. Of course you do. But just because they have a badge, they get to enter your home anytime they want to? There we go, Mike. Say that again. Say that for the class, Mike. Type it again. Mike says ICE does not need a warrant, you piece of shit liberal. They can do whatever they want, always. No warrants needed. Are you listening to yourselves? Sometimes I just want to take all of your comments and put them up on a billboard. Just like how cucky your position has become. Let them do what they want. What is tyrannical? I would say tyrannical would be entering your home, kidnapping you, and taking you out into the snow without a warrant. I'd consider that tyrannical. What would you consider tyrannical? I'm a soy boy liberal for talk. That's crazy. I'm now being called a soy boy liberal for advocating using your Second Amendment rights. They've gone so far that now you're a lib if you advocate using your Second Amendment rights against a tyrannical government. This fucking pussy. Everybody knows when ICE comes in, you pull down your pants, you bend over, and you hope they don't spit because you want it to hurt a little bit. You don't fight back against the government. You bend over and say, give me more, please. Hit me a little bit. Tell me I'm a dirty boy. Where'd you guys go? What happened to the Second Amendment people? Yeah, I dare somebody to try and come in and tell me to be vaccinated. Well, come on in, guys. My ass is right here. Want to steal my money while you're at it? Go ahead. That's why I'm a liberal soy boy today. That's crazy. I never thought I'd see the day that I'm like, hey, you have a Second Amendment right, MAGA. You fucking commie. Okay. I like you guys today. All right. Here now, because they said they don't trust the news. Somebody said that they don't trust the news. This is, again, the same guy from before. Shit, what's his name again? Paul Schnell. He is the head of Minnesota Department of Corrections. Here's him again saying that, yeah, that guy's in custody.
There's another, we were talking about the 5-year-old, but another story that's gotten a lot of pickup, and that is on the left, the focus on the man in his Crocs that they said when ICE agents went to his home that he was had done nothing wrong and they shouldn't have been there. On the right,
thank you, Irene.
They're saying, well, that's because they were looking for 2 convicted sex offenders who were living there illegally, and again, that Minnesota had refused to, even despite the conviction, to have leave the country. So that these are the 2 stories out there. They have one man, they say DHS says sexually assaulted a minor and is currently at large. So all of that sounds really terrible, but you looked into it, Commissioner, and this particular man, you say, is not at large?
Not at large. He is, in fact, in prison and subject to a detainer. And this has been one of the big challenges. And I think because we have not been able...
All right. So to the person who said they don't trust the news, whoever that was, do we trust the commissioner of the Minnesota Department of Corrections? Or is Minnesota lying for this guy too? Is that how far we have to go? That everybody's lying just to protect ICE? Mute Larry for being dumb for 5 minutes. Larry, you haven't got a mute for a while. You get 5-minute mute for being a dumbass for a minute.
Able to get together face to face, work through.
Minnesota's always lying. Yes, there we go. Yeah, give it up for William Talenti there in the chat. I will close my eyes. I will not pay attention. I will support Donald Trump blindly and wildly every day. In the face of overwhelming evidence, I will keep sucking this man's dick.
That's out there and make sure that what we're putting out is accurate and reflects information that's in the interest of public safety. That's what's ending up, perpetrating these stories that are just simply not factual.
So, Commissioner, I just want to be clear. In this particular case with this individual, ICE has been spending time looking for somebody, right? Spending time looking for somebody who, if they had asked you, you would have told them is in prison right now.
Yes, and they should know because we did notify them that they were in our custody and they are subject to a detainer. And this is one of the big problems that we have. And I think at the...
What have us fucks accomplished lately? You know what, to be honest, what I've accomplished lately, and I've been feeling a lot better about myself recently. And I can just thank you guys for that. I have managed to grow up in a conservative household, in a conservative area, and managed to not operate like an absolute cult-inspired dipshit. I've learned to read. I've learned to fact check. I've learned to look at data. I've learned to come to conclusions without a party bias. Just so we're fair, some of you might be new here. I don't like the Democrats one bit. Not one goddamn bit. I'm a registered Republican. And I'm definitely not a Republican. But I don't care about any of these people in the government enough to defend them. I won't defend them. People will give, I can get paid if I want to go toe the Democrat line. It's not a lot of money, but I could get paid to do it. I don't do it. They don't even approach me about it anymore. Fuck Chuck Schumer. As far as I'm concerned, these ICE agents are awful. I think DHS is awful, but what's the difference between Chuck Schumer and James Comer? What's the difference between Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries right now? Not a lot. They're both basically doing nothing. They're both just kind of letting the government be fascist. Fuck them too. Get rid of them too. Go ahead, get rid of Elizabeth Warren too. Or not Elizabeth Warren, Nancy Pelosi too. I don't give a shit. There are people in Congress that I like that I would keep around. There are some Republicans that I want to keep around. I want to keep Thomas Massie around. I loved Justin Amash. Justin Amash got run out of the government. He was an honest guy. He was a libertarian. I generally like libertarian. I like Chase Oliver, the libertarian presidential candidate. For whatever you guys might think, there's no loyalty here for me for politicians. None. I'll turn on any politician at any time, and it's pathetic. So when you say what have I done? I've managed not to be somebody who spends hours a day blindly defending an 80-year-old criminal. That's what I've managed to do. And I'm proud of that. And I can look out every day and go, at least I'm not this dumb.
Local level coordination is really well established, and it has been long-standing. This is happening at a much higher level, political level, and I think that's part of the challenge here.
New York pulled ICE officer from Rikers Island. What is that? U.S. or New York, NYC pulled ICE officer from Rikers. What are you talking about, Drew? What's that? New York City effectively pulled ICE. Oh, pulled ICE operations. Oh, I was thinking like an agent. ICE agents were barred from Rikers Island under, are you saying from before this is 2024 and then executive order in 2025 allowed them? Oh, and then Mom Johnny revoked it. Okay, gotcha. So here's the story. ICE agents were barred from Rikers Island in 2014 under New York City's sanctuary laws, but sought to return via Mayor Eric Adams' Executive Order 50 in April 2025, allowing them for criminal investigations amid Trump's deportation push. Remember, that was like, Trump gave him a pardon to do this. He just like, or not a pardon, I guess. He just dropped the charges against him so that he would do this. And then Mom Donnie revoked that. So as of January 1st, closing the door to controversial policy. There we go. All right. Thank you, Drew. I think that's what you were talking about, I'm assuming.
There's another, we were talking about.
All right. So DHS lies. Remember when you guys said they don't kidnap anybody? Remember at the start of that story, we watched MAGA do this in real time. And that's why I like laying the story out like this and playing clip after clip, because you'll watch MAGA change their opinion throughout time. And then once they're debunked, they change the subject. But whoever that was, does anybody remember the name of that person that owes me an apology now? That said that the person who was detained lived with 2 sex offenders? Did that apology ever come through? I don't think it did. They lie every single day. And now here's the topic of our live today.
This is 5-year-old
Liam boy
Romis being taken.
It's taken by ICE. 5 years old. Now, MAGA's going to blame the dad. MAGA's going to blame everybody but ICE. Whatever you think about this, I hate that this picture exists. A terrified 5-year-old loses their parent and gets pushed into a car with masked men and people that they don't know. But let's get the details of this story.
By ICE agents in his family's driveway after getting home from preschool on Tuesday. Now, what exactly led up to this moment is in dispute tonight. Here's what the Department of Homeland Security is saying, that they were targeting the boy's father, who is from Ecuador, but when ICE agents approached...
Yeah, I know that's confusing for you, and you say, I don't toe party lines and spew party nonsense. No. What you're confusing is truth. I'm telling things that are true, and Democrats are incentivized right now to be on my side because Donald Trump is in power, and Republicans are incentivized to lie about it. You're confusing me, like what I'm saying as partisanship, because you are doing partisanship. I can say the same things as them and not toe the party line if what I'm saying is factually correct, which, again, a reminder to all the cucky little bitches in this chat, not one of you has debunked a single claim we've made today. Not one of you. So if by towing the party line you mean I'm saying things that are true, that's fine. The Democrats just happen to be on my side right now. But if I'm saying stuff that's wrong, fix it. I don't want to be wrong. I hate being wrong.
them in the driveway. DHS says the dad took off and, quote, fled on foot, abandoning his child. The father was eventually apprehended and both were taken into custody together, the father and the son. The school district released a video of that moment showing the chaotic scene that many people in Minneapolis say has become all too familiar since those 3,000 federal immigration agents have arrived in their city.
Where's your humanity?
there's no scenario where a child should be taken by masked men. Ever. Ever, 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 ever. You can say that it's legal, that's fine. But if you are celebrating this, if you think that this is right, like, you've lost humanity. That's a kid. I got a 6-year-old. You guys were kids once. Can you imagine? Like, he doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Somebody just shows up, a bunch of masked men show up and put you in a car at your school, by the way, or near your school, I guess. There's people around you that you know, and these masked men now are taking you. There's no scenario where that should happen. If the way that DHS said that this played out, let's just say that the father did flee, you have law enforcement there. You have people who regularly deal with children when their parents are separated. Like, this does happen. People break laws and the police take their parents. But never, when somebody breaks the law and they're separated from their parents, never are they forced into a car by masked men. You still take care of the child. So bring in somebody, bring in a friendly voice, not somebody with a mask. What are you doing? Take care of the fucking kid. Even if everything they said about this dad was true, don't treat the kid inhumanely. Regular law enforcement in any other scenario would have somebody there to take care of the child. You would have CPS or if the police department has somebody special that handles that situation, they would be there. And they're trained to offer support to make it less traumatic for that child. But these ICE agents have 47 days of training, and I promise they didn't teach them what to do, how to help a child when they're separated from their parent. Just do the right thing. And this is the point. Like, we could deal with this. We could deal with whether, like, we're going to get to the details of this case, whether or not this was lawful or unlawful that they took the father. We could deal with all of that, but it's the cruelty part where we tend to disagree, and you guys double down on the cruelty. Just don't kidnap a kid when you're wearing masks. Care for children. Is that, like, we're a country now? Like, we just can't be compassionate to a 5-year-old fucking kid? We can't be careful with kids? I'm uneducated. I'm looking forward to your apologies, everybody who's lying about this entire situation here, but we'll keep going.
The story that even the vice president acknowledged today.
Sydney, holy fucking shit. We get it. 250,000 to 300,000 kids were detained and deported under Obama. We get it. None of them were kidnapped by masked men. Don't put that shit in the chat anymore. And for everybody in the chat, if you spam the chat, you're getting blocked. Mods, be hard on this. I'm tired of the shit because I'm trying to engage with the chat today, and so anybody spamming, just mute them for the entire live. Jesus Christ. You guys are desperate not to talk about kidnapping a 5-year-old kid. Oh, but what about Obama? We can talk about Obama later. Let's talk about this shit.
It sounded terrible when he first heard it, but while he was in Minneapolis on the ground today, JD Vance argued that after learning more about what happened in the video that you saw, he says the child's detention was justified.
I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, a 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I do a little bit more follow-up research. And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested, that his dad was an illegal alien. And then when they went to arrest his...
No, he wasn't arrested. He was kidnapped.
Illegal alien father, the father ran. So the story is that ICE detained a 5-year-old. Well, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death?
Nope. Give him to his mom. Take off your masks. Call in CPS. Turn him over to law enforcement. Anything but what you did. By the way, the definition of kidnapping, you tell me how this doesn't fit the definition. The action of abducting someone and holding them captive. That's kidnapping. We're using that word correctly.
Are they not supposed to arrest an illegal alien in the United States?
Now, attorneys for the family are arguing tonight that they have an active case, an active asylum case, and therefore they are in the country legally. They also say the dad here has no criminal record. And what we do know also from school district officials is we're still...
Now what do we do? You can look this up. They've provided no final order of deportation. He's got an active asylum case here. Uh-oh. Now he's here legal. I didn't make this clip, but this is a CNN clip. I'm not editing any of this. You didn't want to show all 40 minutes of JD Vance. If you have an asylum claim, you're here legally.
Trying to learn more about this is that Liam is one of 4 of their students who have been detained by ICE in the last few weeks. The school board chair who witnessed Liam's detention today rejected how the vice president justified what happened.
I heard, "What are you doing? Don't take the child." His mom, like, there are people here that can take him. There was another adult who lived in the home that was there saying, "I will take the child. I will take the child." Somebody else was yelling. They saw that I was there and said, "School is here. They can take the child. You don't have to take them." And there was ample opportunity to be able to safely hand that child off to adults.
My opinion matters as much. No, it doesn't. You said that asylum cases can wait in Mexico. Yeah, they can, but legally they don't have to. Legally, if you have an asylum claim, you get to stay here. So sure, you could go to Mexico if you wanted to, but they have every legal right to be here. If you don't like the laws, change it. Why haven't Republicans changed our asylum laws? If you don't like this, if you don't like that people's asylum claims are taking too long, change the laws. Why haven't you guys changed the laws? You have a majority in the House and the Senate. The Senate's already agreed to change the asylum laws. They did it with Langford's bill. You could probably get a bipartisan law passed pretty easily. Why not? Trump doesn't want him to. Trump just wants to be in charge. Trump wants to be a dictator. He doesn't want to worry about laws.
And mom was there. She saw out the window and dad was yelling, "Please do not open the door. Don't open the door."
Dan Hafner voted for this. Mute Dan Hafner. Dan Hafner, we don't want people here who voted to kidnap children. So great. Dan Hafner can be muted for the rest of this live. Next time you come back, Dan, don't advocate for kidnapping children.
We know Liam and his father are being held at an ICE facility in Texas this evening. And this comes as the Justice Department also announced today that they have arrested the 3 people who interrupted a church service in St. Paul on Sunday. They were there.
All right. If I don't like the law, leave. They're not. I do like the law. You guys are the ones that don't like the law, so you leave. You guys are the ones that are breaking the law. All right, so explain it to me. I want the details here. Where's the evidence that that the father ran? Do we have that? You guys have any video of that? People, bystanders claim that the father didn't run. You guys have any evidence, or do you just believe the government? Are we just that cucked to the government now? We don't believe any eyewitnesses. We just only believe what Kristi Noem says. School officials who were at the scene on January 20th, the boy and his father were taken in custody, say that all of that's untrue. We've requested body cam video, but the agents don't have body cam. So we're in a situation now where everybody that saw it happen said it didn't happen that way. But ICE doesn't carry body cams. So this is somebody that's lawfully here. They're in no violation of the law. Nobody says that the father ran. The father now is in detention. The child, I think, has been reunited with his father in detention, despite breaking no laws. There's a video. Where's the video? I haven't seen the video. Do you guys know about a video? Look it up on. It's Liam Romis, right? Let's see.
Okay, we're starting in Minnesota. The video.
Let's see. That's it. That's
So
just
showing the moment
sorry. That's just the detention of the kid.
that ICE officers.
What was his dad's name? Does anybody know his dad's name? By the way, kidnappers regularly return kids, but kidnapping has a definition. I've already showed you the definition of kidnapping. It fits the definition of kidnapping. You want to see it again? The action of abducting someone and holding them captive. Was he held captive? Yeah. Does that mean if you ever, like Elizabeth Smart, she wasn't kidnapped because eventually she came back? Is that how that works? Didn't we get the dad's name? Jen, do you have any video of this? Footage with the lines of the witness account. School officials describe agents removing the boy from the still running vehicle and directing him to knock on the home door. Let's pull this one.
This week, ICRO conducted targeted enforcement operation to arrest.
That's not it. Can you guys point me? You said there was a video. Did you lie about that? So when someone gets a DUI and held in jail, they're kidnapped? No. It's not captive. But sure, I guess you could say that if you wanted. If you could say held captive, sure. You're mad at me for using the word correctly? Sure. That could fit. The problem is here, though, do we know if it's legal kidnapping? I don't think this is a legal kidnapping. Because I can't figure out what law this father violated. Can you guys tell me what law he violated? I don't find the dad's name. Does anybody have the dad's name? I don't know why I can't find this. No, he wasn't in the country illegally. We just covered this. He had a pending asylum claim. That means he's here legally. How do you guys not get this? Do you know what asylum is? Okay, Adrian Alexander Conejo Arias. No criminal record. And he has a pending asylum claim. So what crime did he commit here? Ohio left out here perpetuating lies. No, just tell me what crime he committed. What authority did ICE have to detain him? Nothing? I'm trying to read here too now. The attorney said officials from the boys' school said it's not true that the father abandoned the son. In C-SPAN video of the news conference, Columbia Heights Superintendent of Schools Zena Stevnik said she arrived at the scene in hopes of taking the boy back to school. She said she was told by witnesses that ICE agents grabbed the father on the driveway of their home. The accusation is he fled, Stevnik said. Everything I heard was that he was handcuffed in the driveway. What we saw when we arrived was the father's car in the driveway still running. Mary Granlund, chair of Columbia Heights School Board, who spoke on the video, said she arrived on the scene just as the boy was seized by ICE. I was on my way to get my own children, and I heard the commotion and saw all the people. As I got out of my car and came around the corner, I heard, "What are you doing? Don't take my child. The school is here. You don't have to take my child." There was ample opportunity to be able to safely hand that child off to adults. Mom was there, and she saw out the window. Dad was yelling, "Please do not open the door. Don't open the door." Democrat National Committee Chairman Ken Martin posted that ICE detained a 5-year-old child in Minnesota to use as bait. An innocent child. America, let that sink in. This is what our government is doing right in front of our eyes. Granlund said online videos of the scene match what she saw. The boy walked to the door with an agent and knocking with an ICE agent looming over him. I was there. This is what happened. ICE called the bait characterization lies. In ICE's third in a series of posts about the case on January 22nd, ICE said the agent was helping the boy, not using him as bait. I guess I can show you guys the fucking article while I'm reading it. His agents approached the driver, Adrian Alexander Conejo Arias, fled on foot, abandoning his child. For the child's safety, one of our ICE officers remained with the child while the other officers apprehended Conejo Arias. How come nobody backs that story up? The lawyer working to get the child out of ICE custody in San Antonio, Texas, said neither of those things is true. Said he has searched Minnesota criminal records and found no criminal charges against Adrian Alexander Conejo Arias. Using the portal available to the general public, Lead Stories confirmed this by searching for Arias in the Minnesota Judicial Branch online case lookup system for any cases between January 1 of 2024 and January 22nd of 2026. Searching with his full name resulted in 0 cases found, as the screenshot here shows. Doesn't seem to be a criminal. Prokosh said the Arias family has abided by all federal laws governing their petition for asylum. He said they used the CBP One app in 2024 to request asylum based on fears for their safety in their native Ecuador. They entered at a port of entry in Brownsville and presented themselves to customs. So they didn't even sneak across. Stop me when we have a crime here, please. Do we have a crime? Where's the crime? What are they detaining him for? He said the family have shared information with the U.S. government about where they are. They're not hiding, and they're following the steps required to pursue an asylum claim. Stevnik confirmed that the family's papers are in order, saying that after the boy and his father were driven away by ICE agents, she was admitted to their home, where she met with a mother and a sibling. Liam and his father have the documentation. I saw it with my own eyes when I visited the home. So why didn't they leave the child with his mother? Anybody? No, the father didn't run. Nobody says the father ran. Only ICE says that the father ran, and they get caught lying all the time. You're just believing them. Bob, I want to be clear, Bob. In a court of law, if you have multiple witnesses saying that the police lied, those multiple witnesses are going to override what the police say, especially when you don't have video evidence. So, Bob, you are a person who has decided to believe the government over the people who were there. Why? Because you want to defend everything Donald Trump does. That's why. You're refusing the evidence that's out there. Oh, maybe I misunderstood what you were saying, Bob. I apologize if I did.
There, as of today, because I just looked, there's no video evidence of him fleeing anything.
Ah, imagine that. So this is kidnapping then. Not only of the father, but of the son. Did you guys vote for this? Yeah, we voted for locking up brown people who have committed no crimes and separating them from their children, kidnapping their children. That's what we voted for. I was thinking the same thing, Sarah, and the Holy Spirit. By the way, I've heard this excuse too, because the mother was in the home and ICE is like, oh, we walked up the door to return the kid, but the mother wouldn't open the door. Go away. You have no right to be there. Don't touch her fucking kid. Don't stand on her fucking porch. You have no right to be there. Nobody's broken a law. So even then, even that excuse is absolutely insane. No crime committed. ICE can't detain that kid. ICE doesn't need to stand there till the door is open. Multiple other people that work at the school are like, you can leave he can stay with us. ICE helped the kid. You guys are fucking insane. You guys have all collectively lost your mind. We just trust the government. You know who else lied about detaining people? The Nazis. And you know why the Nazis were able to do the Holocaust? Let's just be honest about this. The only reason the Nazis were able to pull this off is because there were a bunch of bitch-ass, bootlicking motherfuckers like you who stood by and cheerleaded the Nazis while they took their neighbors and sent them off into concentration camps. And that's you. This is why we call you Nazis. You are literally exactly the same. The Nazis were following the law too. There's no difference. Tell me what the difference is. No World War II knowledge. Guess what? What the Nazis were doing and rounding people up, that wasn't World War II. That wasn't the war. That's what Germany was doing to its own people. The World War was Germany fighting other countries because Germany invaded other countries. You recognize that we didn't invade Germany when they started rounding people up and putting them in concentration camps, right? We went after Germany after they invaded other countries. There were Americans. There were American Nazis in this country who had the slogan of America First, who were cheerleading what Hitler was doing. Hitler and what's his face? Help me with his name. Lindbergh. They loved each other. Yeah, dude. We got to purify our cultures, man. Get rid of all these immigrants. Maybe you don't know World War II history, but we didn't go in and fight Germany because Germany was putting people in concentration camps. We looked the other way when that happened. We went to fight Germany when they were invading our allies. That's why we went. You guys are no different than the Nazis. If you are different than the Nazis, explain it. What's the difference? Henry Ford was another one. Thank you. Point. And how come nobody in your party knows history? How come you guys literally chose the same slogan as the American Nazi Party? You couldn't come up with another one? You had to choose America First? I know that the Nazis used it in this country, but we're going to use it anyways. Brian, shut the fuck up. Mute Brian. Brian, nobody here praised Charlie Kirk's assassination. Suck my balls, dude. Nobody did. Just like the Nazis. When the Nazis were rounding people up, they're like, you guys signed the treaty to end World War I. Because they didn't want to talk about the fact that they were supporting rounding up their neighbors and cheerleading the government. The government would never lie to us. They're the good guys. Who got put in timeout? I don't know. All right.
So,
hey,
just want to remind everybody who's in the comments, you guys can come up and talk to him. And how you do that, and I'm talking to you, Caustic. If you want to come up and talk to him, if you look at the Venmo username, that's my Discord handle. Send me a message on Discord, and I can bring you up in real time. That's how you can come up and have a conversation. No one's avoiding you. No one's scared of you. That's how you do it. So.
It is crazy every day to be told that I'm scared to debate some people who will never come up and debate. It's such a weird thing. You're scared. Okay, come up. No, I don't wanna. Who just sent that message?
William, you're welcome. This is our job. So lots of people have Discord. Just because you might be technologically illiterate doesn't mean you can download an app. It's free. Doesn't cost anything.
Amy Lynn said, look up White House manipulates photo. Is that what I'm supposed to search? Is that what it was, Amy Lynn? White House manipulates photo of protester. Let me try Google. Oh, I did see this one. Oh, yeah. This is actually pretty fucking crazy. Just like the Nazis were doing propaganda. This is the actual picture. And the White House did this. And before you go, that's funny, that's trolling, that's literally what the Nazis did. They took the people they were arresting and they turned them into caricatures. They manipulated the photos and made them look pathetic. It's to a T what the Nazis did with their propaganda. You guys are a match. We want to defend this? What's the defense for this one, MAGA, actually? Let me just ask. White House put this out. What's the defense here? I don't know what they used. Not sure. Maybe Photoshop, maybe something else. We just do like really misspelled Nazi propaganda there. Right? What's the difference between you guys and the Nazis? I'm still waiting for a good answer. What's the difference between you and the Nazis? Still waiting. I really would love if you guys could explain it to me. Just give me some differences. Just tell me some of the things that make you different than the Nazis. Oh, wait. Good point. Jorge said Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor was the impetus for the U.S. to enter World War II. After that, war was declared on Germany and other countries. Agreed. Had nothing to. We did not care that they were rounding up Jewish people. We didn't do a goddamn thing about that. We've started saying that, like we said that later on, like that's what we were doing, like we were so courageous and we were just standing up for them, but we didn't care when that happened. We are American. The Nazis were German. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm not a Democrat. Appreciate that. Your party is mimicking the Nazis right now. So I know you want to go back to like the early 1900s. That's you guys have to go back like 100 years to a time when the Democrats were the racists. But what about 100 years ago? Don't care. Don't care one bit. Anybody else? What difference do you have? Tell me. Republicans wouldn't let Jews immigrate here. Facts. They wouldn't have. Well, no, they certainly wouldn't have, because the conservatives in this country were saying we don't want Jews here either. They were the anti-immigrant party, the America First party. MAGA doesn't speak German. True. Damn. Not one of you can come up with a difference other than like a different country. That's pretty good. I like today. I like the people that are stuck here, that are anybody here that's like questioning whether or not they should continue to support Trump, and you're not just like an unabashed Nazi. I hope you do see the people that you've aligned yourselves with. Whether if you're still supporting MAGA, you either are a Nazi or it's not a deal breaker for you. But for anybody who that is a deal breaker for, it's like, I'm not going to vote for Nazis. It's a tough time period for you, and join the fight. Nazis always lose. They always overestimate how strong they are. They always think that they got to where they are because of their racism. But the truth is, Trump got into power, and these racists got into power because people wanted to pretend that they weren't racist, and people wanted to pretend that they wouldn't be Nazis, and people wanted to pretend that they wouldn't be fascist. A lot of people convinced themselves that Donald Trump wouldn't be a fascist, but here we are, and he's a fascist. And so now you're finding out how many fascists we actually have in this country. There's a lot. There's probably like 30% of the voting base that is fascist, that desperately wants to be fascist. So the other 70% is going to have to figure out a way to not vote for fascists and remove their power. And then after that, the fascists, after they lose, a lot of fascists will pretend that they weren't ever fascist. A handful of fascists will still say they're fascists, and they'll try and like keep doing fascist shit, and they'll be pushed into the corners of society where they belong until 50 years from now, they'll have another uprising when things go bad in this country, and they convince a bunch of people that it's actually the immigrants who are the problem, and we'll have to do this all over again. We do it every 50 or 60 years in this country. Thank God we got the dumbest ones. We've never had a more educated group of Nazis. The dumbest Nazi leader, the dumbest fascist leader the world has ever known. It is getting pathetic the way that you guys glaze Donald Trump for anything. Like, I see videos all the time. It's like, this is a real man. And it's just Trump like walking up 4 steps. Like, check that out. What a real man. He's not doing anything for you. I wanted to show this video too. Reminder, what do we got left? We got an hour left. Thank you, Brittany. Brittany says grifting fee. I appreciate that. We're just out here grifting today, like always. Did I miss one here too? I can't remember. Eileen said, Oh, no message there, but thank you, Eileen. And like Jen said, just a reminder, we have a gift goal. Help us knock that out in the next hour. And gonna cancel Friendly Friday again today. I'll figure out a way to do like a TikTok live, or maybe we'll do it in Discord. Henry Tofson said one leader actually tried to make art, the other just uses AI. That's a difference too, yeah. Hitler was an artist. Not a very good one. Hitler actually was, I didn't know this until recently. He wasn't very good at art, and so he would buy postcards, and then he would just copy the postcards, and then he would sell it like it was his own art, but he would just see what was on the postcard because he didn't have a great imagination. And he did. He just kind of like lived in poverty selling his paintings that were copies of like postcards. Proud Atheist says, playbook is the same because unfortunately it works. True. Yeah, pathetic people want to blame other people for their problems. And so if pathetic people are happy if you can point to a group of people that you can easily identify with your eyes, so that's going to be ethnic-based generally. And if you can blame somebody that you can easily identify with your eyes, that works for dumb, pathetic people. So these dumb, pathetic people in red states like Arkansas and Louisiana, and like the dummies that you have out there that keep voting for Donald Trump, they look at their lives and they're like, man, things aren't going well. And they will never stop to think, maybe it's because I'm fucking stupid. Maybe it's because my state has ripped all of the money out of education and given it to rich people in the form of tax breaks. But they won't ever get to that point. Like, they're not going to admit to themselves that, like, maybe my life sucks because I'm a fucking dipshit. So then somebody comes along and they're like, you know what? You know why your life sucks? And you're like, I don't know. I was starting to think it was maybe because I can't read or write and I'm a dipshit. And they're like, actually, immigrants. Oh, shit, that makes more sense. I like that better. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I am married to my second cousin and I have 4 teeth because of these fucking immigrants. And then they're like, vote for Trump. He'll get rid of them. They're like, fuck yeah, my life's going to get better. And while it's not getting better, you're like, well, it's because they didn't get all the immigrants left yet. Didn't get all of them. You'll just keep blaming immigrants for being dumb forever. It is such a small-minded dipshit thing to do. Like, if you think that a group of people is your problem, you're the problem. You just are. You have every ability to control. As a white person in America, there's not really very many good excuses to be mediocre. Very few. And immigrants existing is not one of them. Perhaps you had a rough upbringing. Perhaps you were born and raised in a red state, so they didn't teach you to read and write. Perhaps you were born with some sort of condition that makes it tougher for you. Perhaps maybe you have to care for your family at an early age, so you can, but it's not immigrants. The answer is never immigrants. So stop blaming immigrants for being so fucking mediocre. Room temperature IQ person. Yeah, but guess what? What problems do immigrants cause? Let's just explain that to me. Let's go through this. How were immigrants hurting this country? Explain it. I'll wait. Cascas said, throwing insults instead of evidence or facts just tells everyone you actually have no argument. Cascas, shut your bitch ass up. You are here every fucking day. I provide facts every fucking day. You're in the comments. I don't know. I've provided evidence for every claim I've made. And I'm gonna talk shit and I'm gonna swear. Yeah. Or are you or are you telling them? I thought you were talking to me, Cascas. Maybe you're talking to the people in the chat. Am I talking shit to you, Cascas? I'm sorry.
He's on our side.
Okay. I realized that. I'm like, wait, I know that name. He's talking shit to the people in the ass. All right.
Yeah.
Don't shut your bitch ass up, Cascas. You're talking to people in the audience. That makes more sense. I'm very sorry. I owe you an apology. All right, let's look at the people that are blaming immigrants now. Let's see. I paid $6,600 in social programs. I paid $6,000 in income tax. I missed my car payment this month to feed my daughter. I want to be a blue Ford to live in my. You want to be able to afford to live in your own country. Okay, but immigrants aren't taking money out of social programs. What state do you live in, Mike Reichertz? Appreciate you giving me an example. Mike Reichertz, let's walk through this together. What state do you live in? Luke, that joke doesn't make sense. That was a good try, but you owe your mother an apology for missing Planned Parenthood. If I wasn't born yet, I can't go to Planned Parenthood. Yeah, and then I apologize, Michael. That's cool. I do that all the time, actually. I regularly yell at one of my own people, and then I realize it, and I apologize. It's what I do. Mike, are you still here? Well, let's explain that. The lie that Republicans tell you every day is that immigrants come in and they drain social services like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, but they can't get that. They have no access to that money. So if you paid $6,000 in social payments, that has nothing to do with immigrants. Perhaps you should talk to the people in your state and guarantee a living wage. Perhaps we should make billionaires pay a living wage. So who do you think would, if you aren't making enough money to pay your bills, who do you think might be interested in paying politicians to get you to blame immigrants? Perhaps the employers, right? Perhaps the rich people, the ones that aren't sharing the wealth. And who did they line up behind? Donald Trump. Cut those taxes, baby. Blame the immigrants. That's easier for us. Anybody else? Anybody else want to tell me what immigrants did? Undocumented immigrants contribute roughly $97 billion in taxes, and yet they receive no benefits from that. Good call, Jorge. Anybody else want to tell me what immigrants did to make your life worse? Healthcare, emergency services, housing, food. Immigrants have no drain on this whatsoever, is your contention? No, that's not my contention. As far as healthcare goes, no, not really. I mean, states have to make up, and sometimes the federal government can reimburse for emergency care. That's a tiny, very small number. Emergency services, yeah, they use but I'm fine with that. Housing, I don't know how they're a drain on housing. They pay for housing. Food, they also pay for food, so that money goes. If they're paying for housing, then they're indirectly paying property taxes, which then goes to like pay for your schools. If they're buying food, then they're also paying sales tax, which goes to fund your state's programs. And they're buying food, which helps whoever's selling them the food make money. I wouldn't say that's a drain. I don't know what you're talking about. Border of this country was Mexico not that long ago. Anybody else have anything that they did to you? That's a good point. Thank you, Proud Atheist. There's 15 million empty homes right now. It's not like there's people that are living on the streets because they're like, I've got the money, I just can't find a home. There's plenty of places to live. Anybody else? What did the immigrants do to you? Immigrants take all the jobs Americans won't do? Not even that, though. Like, we have like 10 million open jobs. What about going to the hospital? They don't have citizenship. They have an EIN number. They literally pay into Social Security. Well, some people work under the table without an EIN or ETIN. I mean, there are people that work here. There are people that there are people who cost the United States money, but you have to look at it as an aggregate, right? So if you're going to say if you're going to look at let's say somebody that's here illegally and they go into an emergency room and they get care and we wind up paying for that. True. But if we remove all those people, then we lose all the tax revenue too. And if you compare the tax revenue to what it costs to have illegal immigration here, it's a net positive. So actually removing people from this country, all the illegal immigrants from this country, if we remove them, economically, it's a net drain. We will lose money. So why not just give everybody that's law-abiding amnesty? Anybody else? The left needs illegal immigrants for votes. They can't win otherwise. Which states benefit the most from representation? So we want to look at which states get the most representation due to illegal immigration, right? The two biggest are Texas and California. So if California benefits from it, why doesn't Texas? What about Arizona? What about Florida? significant in the last like 5 years. The places where non-citizen populations are growing the most: Texas, Florida, Kentucky, and South Carolina. Now those people are counted on the census, so you're being overrepresented. Whoops. Immigrants can't. If you are here illegally, you can't vote in any national election. Are you aware of that? I know that there's currently this thing going around where Republicans are convincing you that illegal immigrants are voting in federal elections. They're not. You can get an ID, you can get a driver's license in a state that allows that, and you still can't vote in federal elections. So thank you for finally reading one of my comments. You got it. I do appreciate it, even though I don't agree with a lot of what you're saying. So no immigrants are on EBT and Section 8 style housing allowances. They're not allowed to be. If there is somebody that is on EBT or Section 8 and they're here illegally, then a crime was committed by the person applying and the people that put them on that. That's somebody in this government not doing their job. Because no, they are not allowed. Somebody who's here illegally is not able to get EBT or Section 8 benefits. I mean, this is where like a lot of the confusion came in, and this is why I hate what the Trump administration has done. But they took all these people that came in during the Biden administration, called them illegal immigrants, and then pointed to the money that they were getting to stay in like hotels and the money they were getting for food. But they weren't illegal immigrants. They were legal immigrants. They were asylum seekers, which is a legal process. But Trump and JD Vance, for whatever reason, and all your Republican overlords, they keep lying to you about that. And you got to ask yourself that question. Why do they keep calling legal immigrants illegal immigrants? My neighbors are illegal and they brag about getting SNAP benefits. I don't believe you. So, cool. Show evidence. I'm going to tell this story. I bet they do. They just brag. They brag to their MAGA friends about getting SNAP benefits. Sure they do, Jacob Morgan. Sure. As a taxpaying American citizen, it is a struggle to get on and stay on EBT and Medicaid. Yeah, I saw the other day, like SNAP benefits, the average SNAP benefits is like $6 a day. Okay, Angela, Adam, show me the evidence that they do get benefits. Any of you. So I need you to cite a source. Give me a source that shows that if you are here illegally, you can get EBT. Angela, you are lost. No, Angela, an illegal alien is the federal term, and the term illegal alien is people who are here illegally. If you come here seeking asylum, you are by definition not here illegally. You are legally here. So if those people get benefits, that is not benefits going to illegal aliens. Try again. I worked there, they do. I don't believe you. Show evidence. Okay, well, then we need to look into California because they're everywhere and they have free housing, healthcare, and everything else. This is where we get into a difference. States have the right, if they want to give benefits to people that are there illegally. If they want to, they can. I don't know exactly which rules you're talking about in California. But as a sanctuary state, they can do that. But what they can't do is use federal funds. So if you're complaining about California and you don't live in California, shut the fuck up. But states can do things. States can move money around if they want to. They can create programs for people who are here. There's states' rights, brother. What does California give? Are there any programs? Let's look real quick. Are there any programs that anybody's aware of in California that gives aid to people who are here that are undocumented?
They do have some different things for healthcare.
Okay, I'm going to pull this up. So now we're in a different scenario. Now the people outside of California are complaining that, because remember, we're asking what harm they're causing to you. If you don't live in California, they're not causing you any harm. So now it's just about them being here illegally, right?
California they also pay for kids to have school lunch in California.
Okay, so we have the Medi-Cal, you have the cash assistance program, food and nutrition, education aid, and then there were past disaster relief funds that were like one-time funds. None of those are federally funded. But now what's the problem? Now what? You're just mad at California? It's not hurting you. Sam Dam, I've asked you for sources like 10 times now. You keep saying I'm lying. Mute Sam Dam for a minute. And Sam Dam, every time you comment from now on without a source, you get muted for 1 minute. SNAP can cover legal immigrants. Doesn't say anything about undocumented immigrants. Thank you. See how hard this is? Look how hard this is for you, Republicans. When we just ask you to explain the damage that people that are here that are undocumented do to you. And remember, I pointed out that the reason Republicans tell you this is because it's easier than them telling you the truth. That Republicans give all the money in your state to rich people and they don't give a fuck about you. They're just going to take all your money. They're going to pull it out of schools. They're going to pull it out of your community. They're not going to make sure that you're paid well. They're going to pull it out of your benefits, and they're going to give tax breaks to rich people to try and lure in corporations from other states. And then when that comes in, they tell you, look what we did. And you're like, yay, look what we're doing. But you get nothing out of it. And they can't tell you that. So instead they say, actually, I know we gave all these tax breaks to rich people, and I know we pulled all this funding from schools, but the reason we had to do that was illegal immigrants. And you're like, yeah, that sounds right. They lie to you because it's easier for them, and you accept the lie because it's easier than thinking about something, and you get to blame people for your problems. Really doesn't matter what you say, and you're getting people worked up for nothing. The Republican Party will prevail for a long, long time. Most of America agree. No, they won't. The Republicans have lost every contested election since Donald Trump took office. Every single election they have lost. Donald Trump is underwater by miles, and so it does matter what I say. And even if it didn't matter what I say, I'm not going to stop talking about it. If you're wrong, you're wrong. I have ADHD, okay? I have an outsized sense of justice. I don't like when people lie. I don't like that you guys are being lied to. I wish you cared as much as I do about you being lied to. Cashman said you need an EIN to pay taxes. You need a Social Security number to receive benefits. Exactly. That's a good point, too, that while you all complain about California, they're also paying most of your bills. If you live in a red state, unless you are Idaho, Texas, not Idaho. Yeah, I think Idaho, Texas, or Utah. If you're in a red state and you're not one of those states, there might be one other one, then you guys are welfare recipients, and it's mostly blue states paying all of your bills. Anything else that illegal immigrants are doing to hurt you? Who pays for Obamacare? Each state pays for their own. Brother, I don't think you know what Obamacare is. And so for all of you that are here, Obamacare is not health insurance. Obamacare is the Affordable Care Act. It's private health insurance that the government pays part of. Obamacare is not I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how many times we've done this. It's crazy. There's nobody has Obamacare. It's not a thing. So if you get health insurance through the ACA, like in Arizona, it's going to be through like Banner Healthcare, or it might be through Blue Cross Blue Shield. Obamacare is a nickname for the Affordable Care Act, which gives you access to a healthcare marketplace of private insurers who give you group pricing. And if you qualify for a subsidy, the government will send some money to that private insurer to offset your costs. All right, anything else? We haven't talked about a school board. What are you talking about, Mike? One other thing. God, how hard is this? How are illegal immigrants hurting you? Well, Axiom, I see you say I'm ignoring you. Like, you can come up here. There's thousands of comments. I can't read all of your comments all the time. That's how we know everything going on is the Democrats' fault, because they haven't been in power till now. The Democrats are in power right now? Could using a fraudulent Social Security number to receive benefits be convincing to you? Yes, and in that case, that's a crime for anybody, right? If you use, but we could fix that. Now, finally, thank you. Whoever did that one. There's one. How much money do we lose? Let's look this up. How much does it cost Americans? How I mean, even then, like you'd have to use the Social Security then to get benefits. That'd be hard to even do, because then to get benefits, you have to prove your identity. How would we even search that? You'd have to give me a number, but like potentially what you're saying is if you use somebody else's Social Security number to get benefits, you'd probably have to have a fake ID too. I would love to see the numbers on that. But again, not enough to say we need to get rid of all immigrants here, all illegal immigrants. Amnesty is a much better option. Everybody who's here that's working, that's here illegally, just give them the ability to work here legally. Because we can't find it. Are you at least recognizing how hard it is for you guys to define and explain the damage that they're doing? Trump and JD Vance lie to you every day. JD Vance the other day said that the reason your housing was so expensive is because of illegal immigration. Of all the people that were let in during the Biden administration. Those weren't illegal immigrants, and no, it's not. I just said it, that we pay a part of. No, I agree. Look, if somebody can somehow get a Social Security number and ID and get benefits, then yes, that would be a harm done by somebody that's here illegally. But that wouldn't be convincing for me to get rid of everybody that's here illegally and go and rip families apart and put masked men in the streets. We're killing American citizens who protest. None of this is worth it. We're not getting a benefit. This is just going to cost us billions of dollars. There's no real material benefit to deporting this many people. For all of you who want to talk about Obama deporting lots of people, Obama's almost all of his deportations were people at the border. And it counts as a deportation if you're detained near the border and you're sent back. That counts as a deportation. So he was actually going after people who were just coming across at that time, mostly. Most of who we're going after now, these people all have jobs. They're working. They're on overstayed visas. Just give them amnesty. Let them work. That will make money off of that. Why spend all this money for no benefit? Because here's the truth. They don't want you to see that they are stealing the country from you. Donald Trump doesn't want you to know that he is selling our future to his billionaire friends. They're running the entire government. Just last week, the government had to admit, maybe it was this week actually, the DOJ had to admit that when Elon Musk was there at Doge, that two of the people that were working with him stole Social Security information, and they were sharing it with outside groups. We know that Russia accessed our Social Security, the IRS. Donald Trump is literally stealing, using your money to invade Venezuela, steal their oil, and sell it himself and put it in a bank account that we can't see. They don't want you to see all that. So this is all a cruel distraction. But you're not benefiting from this. That's why I keep asking you. What's the point here? What's the end game? What happens? What changes in this country? Let's say you can deport 10 million people who are here illegally. Then what changes? Jorge says, Social Security number fraud causes billions in losses with traditional identity fraud often. Okay, but you've got to link that one more step, Jorge, because now you're just giving me total numbers, but that doesn't mean that those are illegal immigrants that are doing that, right? That's just Social Security fraud. So now you've got to dig a little bit deeper, Jorge, and say how much of that fraud is committed by people who are here illegally. You got one more step to do on that research. I appreciate you looking it up, though. An illegal immigrant cleaner owned a cleaning business and was being paid $100,000 in untaxed income and was boasting his kids and house were paid for by the government. So we should deport everybody? You told me a story? This is crazy. In his first year, we're richer. No, the average American is more in debt than ever before. Prices are dropping. Not true. Prices are going up. Otto Pinn is in office, and inflation was in an all-time high. But when Trump took office, inflation's exactly where it was when Trump took office. So he hasn't made that better. Prices haven't come down. Yeah, you just say dumb shit. None of you, again, not blame immigrants, please. Tell me how illegal immigration is hurting you. Microbial Joe, you can add GenDub1 on Discord, and you can come up here so I can hear you. Nobody's crying. Liberal tears. Fact checking is liberal tears. Everything to MAGA is tears. Everything outside of publicly sucking Donald Trump's dick is tears. If I hear something that isn't flattering of Donald Trump, that is liberal tears. All right. Well, I guess we'll move on. I gave you guys a chance. I will look for. I'm trying to remember your name that was pulling those Social Security numbers. I'll look for that comment. We'll move on. I wanted to show this too. Remember yesterday we were showing the hearing where Republicans fell right on their fucking faces trying to expose Jack Smith and instead just showed their ass. That they held a hearing to try and smear Jack Smith for Donald Trump. But you had Michael Fanone and Yvonne Raiklen. They got in a shouting match. And Yvonne Raiklen posted the video from his own viewpoint, which tells me that he was trying to trigger him. It doesn't make him look better. It makes it look worse. I'm shocked that he posted this video. And if you don't have like a barf bag ready, have it ready. This is one of the most cringe-inducing videos I've ever seen in my life. How is illegal immigration benefiting me? Well, it's a net positive on the economy. We take in more receipts. However, I still don't support illegal immigration. I just want amnesty because then those numbers get substantially bigger. So what I say about illegal immigration is I would like to fix it. I don't support illegal immigration, but the solution is to take everybody that's here, that's working, that are committing no other crimes outside of being here illegally, and give them status. Let them work here, pay taxes, pay into Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. If you want to say that you have to pay in for 10, 15 years before you can access to those benefits, I'm fine with that too. We're drowning in debt. This president is spending more than any president in history. The debt is increasing faster than at any other time in American history. We desperately could use more tax revenue. So everybody that's here, that's working, that's here, doesn't have status, just give them the ability to be here legally and have status. That's my argument. But here's Yvonne Raiklen.
Hey, Michael. Hey, what's up, buddy? Ivan Raiklen. Fuck yourself. Why do you have to swear at me? What's that? Why do you have to swear at me?
Immediately just a victim. And this is what MAGA has become. Just fucking trolls. He knew what he was doing. That's why he recorded it. That's why he did this. He did this literally for clicks. And this is your party now. Your president is an internet troll, and you've all now been formed in his image. You're all internet trolls. There's literally people in here today that are like, I love coming in and triggering liberals. Yeah, you're all internet trolls. You're fucking adults. That's fucking crazy. You're an adult human being in the middle of a day on Friday going, I love making people angry. I love getting them irritated. That's because your president is a dipshit internet troll. That's what your whole party's become.
Oh, dude, don't pretend like we're not mortal enemies. Go fuck yourself. Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that? I'm not I've losing been my cool. always professional with you. I'm not losing my cool. Every single time I communicate with you, You're a I traitor to am this always country. professional with you. Well, and it requires other people to contain your Tourette's syndrome. Okay? I'm not going to get through that. You've threatened my family and you've threatened my Oh, life. have You're I? a traitor to this fucking country. Why Go are you fuck so yourself. spasmodic? Am I spasmodic? Absolutely. Fucking do Look something. behind you. Do something. Why should I? I'm communicating with you and trying to calm you down, right? Look at your face. You can't even control yourself. You can't even be a man. Trust me, I'm using a lot.
Okay, now listen to him brag real quick. This is where it gets cringy.
See how many people are constraining you? Come get me. Look at me. Total control over my mind and body.
Total control over my mind and body. Just came back from a fucking alpha conference.
Control over my mind and body, and I'm totally dominating you right now.
Sir. Hey, John B., shut the fuck up. Come up here or quit whining in the chat. I'm tired of you guys. You ignore my comments. Now I am. John B.'s muted for 5 minutes. Stop being a bitch. Come up and talk to me. Stop complaining in the comments. We're looking at an alpha male right now, and I'm trying to learn how to be alpha. Nobody ever teaches me how to be alpha over here on the left, and I'm trying to learn from Yvonne Raiklen how to be an alpha, and you're ruining it for me.
Dominating you right now.
Sir.
Totally. Total control over my mind and body, and I'm totally dominating you.
I'm totally dominating you.
Right now. Sir.
Totally dominant.
Sir, let's step aside.
I'm not.
This guy
I'm
has
just
threatened
standing
my family, threatened my
I'm just
children,
standing here.
threatened to rape my children.
Oh,
rape
really
my
now?
children, you sick
Look
bastard.
at him.
Rape my children.
Physically, he sounds like a rapist. That's exactly what you would expect a rapist to say. I'm in total control. I'm dominating you. Yeah, that's a weird fucking thing that guy just said. I know. I can't do it. I'm not alpha enough to be in total control over my mind and body. I'm trying my best. Luis said, whole fraud social security angle being a fault of illegal aliens can be done and has been done by citizens more than immigrants. Great point there, Luis. Amy Lynn said, look up how much do red states cost blue state taxpayers. Red states cost us a lot. Yeah, we're tired of paying your bills, red staters. The audacity you have to come up and be like, they're costing us money. Not you. They're not costing you money. They're costing blue states money, and we're happy to pay it. Just like we're happy to pay for your dipshit states, your broken-ass states, your broken-ass education systems. We pay all your fucking bills, too. We pay bills for people who are here that are undocumented, and we pay all your bills. And you have the audacity to complain. I don't like this. I need all of the money to keep coming to us. I'm sorry that welfare is being cut for you. My bad. I'm sorry that you're not getting all the welfare that you need. We've been paying your bills for a long time, though. Maybe just have your states teach you how to read. You could get better.
People need to contain him because I'm completely calm, sir. Always calm. Listen.
All right. You have never paid my bills. Blue cities are only depth creation. That doesn't make any sense, bud. That doesn't make any sense at all. You got to use words correctly. All right. Let's see. Is there anything else I wanted to get here? Oh, yeah. I just wanted to show this one more time. We had this yesterday, but I wanted to go back to Troy Nels. He was this guy yesterday. Because I thought I remembered Troy Nels. No, that's not it. This one. I thought I remembered that Troy Nels had a shady past. Now, I know he's a former law enforcement. And as he was trying to smear Jack Smith yesterday so that Donald Trump would give him an attaboy, he then turned to the police officers who were attacked on January 6th and told them basically that it was their own fault, not the people attacking them. It was their own leadership's fault for not being prepared for the people who attacked them.
I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Don, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. Claim my time, yeah.
You will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that. Let the gentleman may continue.
We know the Capitol leadership team, specifically Yogananda Pittman, had the intelligence, and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day.
All right. Well, let's talk about what Troy Nels was doing that day. For a guy who says that this was somebody else's fault, he sure had a different opinion on that day. Here was his own tweet that day. Here's Troy Nels standing there with law enforcement, pointing guns at protesters. What did he say? Did he say these were patriotic Americans on a peaceful protest? No, he said, I was proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with Capitol Police, barricading entrance to our sacred house chamber while trying to calm the situation, talking to protesters. What I'm witnessing is a disgrace. We're better than this. Violence is never the order. And then Donald Trump's like, I need you guys to defend me. He's like, got it, Donald. Got it. I will just completely change my tune, and I will just ignore it when people point out that I'm a complete and total hypocrite. Let me tell you some things about Troy Nels. The Office of Congressional Ethics, which is nonpartisan, found probable cause that Nels converted campaign funds to personal use by making over $25,000 in rent payments from his campaign. He's a fraudster. House Ethics referral states there is probable cause Nels failed to file complete and timely annual financial disclosures, meaning he's hiding his investments. Nels has faced scrutiny over wearing a combat infantry badge that the Army later revoked from his official record after a review of his service history. So he's also stolen valor. He lies about his military service. He commits fraud regularly. He's insider trading. The same reporting points to discrepancies between his public claims and Pentagon records regarding Bronze Star awards, with the Army indicating one medal, but he claims two. Double stolen valor. While he was at the Ford County Sheriff's Office, Nels was named in multiple civil rights lawsuits, including one that alleged officials failed to protect a teenager in a juvenile facility who was repeatedly sexually assaulted. In another suit, they covered his record in the lawsuit that he had, and the judge said he had an atrocious record on preventing suicides and ignoring warnings from state jail inspectors before the deaths. That's the guy that's lecturing us on January 6th. The guy on January 6th who called it a riot, who said that the violence is never the answer, who was proud to stand by Capitol Police. All it took was Donald Trump to be like, hey, dude, change your entire approach and change your story. And he's like, got it, Donnie. I'll do it. Anything for you, Donnie. That's your guy? Your party's not doing a goddamn thing for you. Not one. They're fucking you in the ass repeatedly. They are stealing from this country. And I don't mean stealing like they're spending too much. They're spending too much. They're legitimately stealing your money. Donald Trump is taking government contracts from your taxpayer money and giving it to his son, who has no experience. They've turned over foreign policy to Jared Kushner, who is going to make billions off of the rebuilding of Gaza. We already explained it once, but he used the military to steal Venezuelan oil, then he sold it and put it in a private bank account. You're about to lose a bunch more money. You know, all those tariffs are almost certainly going to be ruled unconstitutional. And we're going to have to repay back, or we're going to have to repay all that tariff money. So the deficit that we had, that was, deficit's still going up, but it's going to explode. Donald Trump will leave us in the worst financial position that probably this country has ever been in. And he will leave the richest he's ever been. Oh, we are losing money. What do you mean we're not losing money? What do you think the deficit is? We're spending more than we take in. He's not charging people with fraud anymore. He's not going after people who owe back taxes anymore. He's not doing any of the things that he told you he was going to do for you. He just has you focused on all the people that you hate, which are immigrants and libs who you all call communists, and apparently now all of our allies, all of NATO. NATO's the enemy now for some fucking reason. Canada's the enemy. Canada can't be part of the of his new little club that's investing in Gaza. Russia can invest, but not Canada. Canada's now not invited. Canada is our enemy. Russia is our friend. Couldn't have anything to do with Russia funding Donald Trump for like 40 years, right? Couldn't have anything to do with Russia being the only people that would give him money when American banks refused because he's such a fraudster. He's not doing anything for you. Even this deportation stuff, if you're doing it for the good of the country, like fiscally, then he's fucking this up. The only way this is good for you is if you are just racist. If you just think that everybody that's here, that is here illegally from Hispanic countries needs to be deported, you're probably just racist. But it's going to be a net loss for you. It's going to cost us a fortune. We're going to bring in less revenue, and we're going to have a bunch of businesses that close down. Libs are Islam, not communists. How am I an atheist and also Islam? That's crazy. I didn't think Russia was our friend either until now. Now Donald Trump sucks Putin's dick all the time. Shares intelligence with them, doesn't stand up to him, invites him to be part of a part of this investment group, but not Canada. I didn't know either. I thought Russia was the bad guy all this time. Mute Larry for 5 more minutes. Larry, stop saying the world is a big business. That's stupid. It's not. It's a bunch of countries. What are you getting? I got 10 more minutes. What are you getting out of this? You're not getting lower prices. You're not getting more money in your pocket. We're not getting more jobs. Food prices aren't coming down. Housing prices will come way down when the market crashes. So I guess you could be like, thanks for the market crash, Don. You just get to watch our government beat on brown people every day. That seems to be like the only thing you're getting. I did hear that, Ween Baby, that Ukraine gave USA phony intel and it got back to Russia, but then I think that was unconfirmed. I actually had that on the outline earlier this week, but I couldn't confirm it. And then I think yesterday it came back. I want to say it was France said that it wasn't true. Maybe it was Ukraine that said it wasn't true. I don't think it was confirmed. Even brought up in the 70s, I used to be called a Russian commie all the time, so I don't understand this president and his love for Vladimir Putin. I mean, look, commie is just something that capitalists want you to be afraid of. That's the real reason. Like, if you look at communism itself, socialism itself, it doesn't hurt anybody. If any time you've had like a communist leader, the things that they did that were evil are not related to communism at all. It's the opposite. Like, you can't be a communist leader using the government against the people, because communists don't believe in government. So it's just somebody who calls themselves a communist who's acting not in the name of communism. You can't use the government to hurt people and be a communist. That's a communist in name only. But capitalists want you to be afraid of communists so that they continue to own all of your labor. They want you to think that owning your own labor and having rights is a detriment to you. So they've funded forever in this country this hysteria against communists and socialists. You know who else did that? The Nazis. That's what literally go read Hitler's speeches, and he talks about the communists. He talks about the socialists, and he talks about the atheists, and he talks about the metropolitan centers of the country. The metropolitan Jews. Oh, blue cities? Blue city communists? Oh. And how these metropolitan centers were filled with immigrants who were destroying the culture of Germany. Sound familiar? Yeah, good point, Patrick. $500 a plate at the new ballroom. How about all the parties that Hitler would throw for all his friends every weekend? They were free. Like, if you were part of the Nazi party, there were like they'd host these movie nights, and they had lavish dinners, and all the richest people in Germany would go and they would hang out around Hitler on the weekend, and they'd have these parties while average people in Germany were struggling. But then Hitler would go out on Monday and he'd be like, hey guys, I know you're struggling, but it's not our fault. It's the fucking immigrants. It's the immigrants. It's the wokesters. It's the gay people. It's the Jews. They're the fucking problem. And then these people who are struggling are like, yeah, that's right. This will fix our problem, though, when we get rid of them. And it didn't. Dragged them into a war. The thing about somebody like Donald Trump and the thing about somebody like Adolf Hitler is they believe in themselves. They're like, yeah, my way will always work. They will never admit that they fucked up. They'll never admit that it's not working. So when things don't work, they just blame somebody. And in this case, now we're blaming our allies. We're blaming NATO. We're literally invading other countries. This is what Germany did. Hey, it's the immigrants' fault. Things weren't getting better. Oh, you know who else it is? It's our allies that fucked us over in World War I. We have all these treaties that these libs signed. What's Trump doing now? Trying to undo all of our treaties. We didn't really mean that treaty. It's the exact same playbook. I don't know why anybody's surprised by this. One Love said they created the IQ test to get rid of children that thought could have developmental disabilities in elementary school because they were not smart enough, and they brought it back to the United States of America. So which allied country did we invade? What? I mean, which allied country did we invade, John? Why are you asking me which allied country we invaded? What's the point of that question? We're threatening to invade Denmark, though, through Greenland, right? We've made that threat multiple times. Let's just read a Hitler speech. Let's do this. Just tell me if it's really that different. This is from January 30th, 1939. In connection with the Jewish question, I have to say it is a shameful spectacle to see how the whole democratic world is oozing sympathy for the poor, tormented Jewish people. This is word almost word for word what the administration's saying right now. Why are you guys always standing up for the criminals? That's what they keep saying about the people who are protesting ICE right now, right? That we're standing up for criminals. But remains hard-hearted and obdurate when it comes to helping them, which is surely in view of its attitude and obvious duty. The arguments are brought up as an excuse for not helping them actually speak for us Germans and Italians. For this, what they say, we, that is the democracies, are not in a position to take in the Jews. We've got to be America first, got to be Germany first. We're not in a position to take in the Jews. Yet in these empires, there are not 10 people to the square kilometer. Why isn't Canada taking them in? Why isn't Mexico taking them in? Remain in Mexico. While Germany, with her 135 inhabitants to the square kilometer, is supposed to have room for them. Why do we always have to do it? They assure us we cannot take them unless Germany is prepared to allow them a certain amount of capital to bring with them as immigrants. We can't let people leave with money. We're literally saying that right now. These people that immigrate here, they can't send their money back home. For hundreds of years, Germany was good enough to receive these elements, although they possessed nothing except infectious political and physical diseases. They're bringing their communist ideology. They're bringing their disease. They're poisoning our blood. Sound familiar? What they possess today, they have by a very large extent gained at the cost of the less astute German nation by the most reprehensible manipulations. They took advantage of those Democrats, those soft-hearted Democrats. Today, we're merely paying this people what it deserves. Now these illegal immigrants are going to get what they deserve. When the German nation was, thanks to the inflation instigated and carried through by Jews, deprived of the entire savings which it had accumulated in years of honest work. In America, we used to be great, but we got this Joe Biden inflation that was happened because of all the illegal immigrants. It's word for word, damn near. When the rest of the world took away the German nation's foreign investments when we were divested of the whole of our colonial possessions, that hasn't happened to us yet, but that might be coming. There may come a time when the whole world says, fuck the United States. We'll see how this goes. Today, I can only assure these gentlemen that thanks to the brutal education with which the democracies favored us for 15 years, we are completely hardened to all attacks of sentiment. After more than 800,000 children of the nation had died of hunger and undernourishment at the close of the war. This is all talking about war stuff. Let me move on past the war because we're not coming off a war. The German nation does not wish its interests to be determined and controlled by any foreign nation. France, not NATO. NATO doesn't get a say. France to the French, England to the English, America to the Americans, and Germany to the Germans. We're resolved to prevent the settlement in our country of a strange people which was capable of snatching for itself all the leading positions in the land. Ilhan Omar, ring a bell? Donald Trump calling for the removal of Ilhan Omar. She's Somalian. She's from Somalia. Now she's snatching up leadership positions. Watch out for the Muslims. It's exactly the same. Like, tell me what the difference is here. We have hundreds of thousands of very intelligent children of peasants and of the working class. What about the poor people here? Well, how come Trump's not doing anything for poor people here? How come Trump's not spending any money to take care of the poor here? Why is he cutting funding for poor people in the name of, oh, we have to cut it because immigrants are getting some? How come the rich are getting richer while the poor are getting poorer here? If we're so worried about them taking money from poor people here, why don't we just pay for poor people here? Why don't we have the rich pay a little more? We shall have them educated. In fact, we have already begun, and we wish that one day, and not the representatives of an alien race, may hold the leading positions in the state together with our educated classes. We're going to send them to new schools. We're going to re-educate them. We're going to tell them to care about American culture. Above all, German culture, as its name alone shows, is German and not Jewish. We are a Christian nation. We are a Western society, Western culture, Judeo-Christian values. Yeah, it's exactly the same. If the rest of the world cries out with hypocritical mean against this barbaric expulsion from Germany of such an irreplaceable and culturally eminently valuable element, we can only be astonished at the conclusions they draw from this situation. If anybody else criticizes us, we can only be astonished. Nor can I see a reason why the members of this race should be imposed on the German nation, while in the states, which are so enthusiastic about these splendid people, their settlement should suddenly be refused with every imaginable excuse. I think that the sooner this problem is solved, the better. For Europe cannot settle down until the Jewish question is cleared up. You can't have your country back until we remove all the immigrants. Oh, sorry, I could have been showing you this the whole time. This is an extract from the speech by Adolf Hitler, January 30th, 1939. The world has sufficient space for settlements, but we must once and for all get rid of the opinion that the Jewish race was only created by God for the purpose of being in certain percentage a parasite living on the body and the productive works of other nations. The Jewish race will have to adapt itself to sound constructive activity as other nations do. What does that sound like to you guys? Adapt yourself, Jews. You got to adapt yourselves. Conform. Or sooner or later, it will succumb to a crisis of an inconceivable magnitude. If they don't, they're fucked. If they don't listen to us, then we're going to have to use force. Inconceivable magnitude. At that time, do you think in 1939 at that time, if you told most people in Germany that the inconceivable magnitude would be gas chambers and mass graves, they would have all said, you're crazy. That's hyperbolic. They'll never get to that point. You have to recognize who Donald Trump is. Donald Trump will never say, I'm wrong. He will never stop. He has no conscience. Donald Trump would do this if push comes to shove. Is there anybody you don't think Donald Trump would kill? And here comes the Nazi. You're mad because Trump's so successful. You're just mad that Hitler won the election and he's the chancellor now. You're just mad because the Nazi party won. If you love Germany, stop betting against it. Don't be a traitor. Like what was the guy that opposed that was the chancellor before? Just change your words to Jews in Germany. You're mad because Hitler is so successful. If you love Germany, stop betting against it. Don't be a traitor like these Jews. One thing I'd like to say on this day, which may be memorable for others as well as us Germans, in the course of my life, I have very often been a prophet. I'm right about everything. Donald Trump literally sold merch. Donald Trump was right about everything. In the course of my life, I have very often been a prophet and have usually been ridiculed for it. And they mocked me for it. They came after me. During the time of my struggle for power, it was in the first instance, the Jewish race, which only received my prophecies with laughter when I said that I would one day take over the leadership of the state. Think of Donald Trump being mocked at the White House correspondent dinner. and the look of sheer anger on his face while Obama landed blow after blow on him, and with that of the whole nation. And that I would then, among many other things, settle the Jewish problem. Donald Trump, I alone can fix this. I alone can fix this, said Donald Trump. I will fix this, says Hitler. I, both of them living into democracy, speaking as dictators. I am the only one that can do this. Jacob says, Hitler is winning for Germany, and you're in the corner crying. I can't believe you're mad that he's locking up your friends in concentration camps. Good point, Jacob. Their laughter was uproarious, but I think that for some time now they have been laughing on the other side of their face. Today I will once more be a prophet. Here's the threat. If the international Jewish financiers in and outside of Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth. And this is what Trump's saying right now. Yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm targeting groups of people. Yeah, I'm throwing them in concentration camps. Yeah, I'm torturing people. And if anybody from outside of America tries to do a goddamn thing about it, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. I'll fuck you all up, Donald Trump said. You stand in my way and that'll be the end of you. Greenland wants to fight, Greenland can have a fight. That'll be the end. He said about Venezuela. If Venezuela pushes back, I'll end Venezuela. We didn't even plan this. This is the crazy thing. Like, we didn't plan any of this. Jacob, in his Nazi outfit, mocking Jewish people now. You're so triggered. That was Jacob mocking people as their families were removed. Then Jacob, the Nazi, said, "Do you need a safe space?" He said that to Anne Frank. What's the difference between you, Jacob, and the Nazis that were laughing at the Jews? Explain it to me real quick. We're not triggered, dude. I just think you're a Nazi and you're being exposed right now. You're no different than them. The nations are no longer willing to die on the battlefield so that this unstable international race may profiteer from a war or satisfy its Old Testament vengeance. Now, we're not going after the Jews, but perhaps we're going after Muslims. Going after brown people. The Jewish watchword workers of the world unite will be conquered by a higher realization, namely, workers of all classes and of all nations recognize your common enemy. And that's what Donald Trump says all the time. Who is your enemy? It's the socialists, the communists. It's the Muslims. We could do this all day. We could literally do this all day. We could just read Hitler speeches and compare to what they're doing now. It is exactly the same. John, so non-white ICE officers are supporting Eagles because they're racist. No. This isn't necessarily about racism, John. It's about othering. It's more, in some cases, it's xenophobic. But what it's mostly about, and this is your misunderstanding as well, because there were Germans who arrested Germans and put Germans in concentration camps. Ethnically Aryan Germans in concentration camps. Political enemies of the president in concentration camps. There were a lot of people that were put in concentration camps, not just Jewish people. And there were Jewish people, like ethnically Jewish people, who were Nazis. Some of them in leadership positions. You can't technicality your way out of being a Nazi, John, but every time you open your fucking mouth, you say the exact same thing that they said. Oh, it's not really about that. Look at this guy. This guy's Jewish and he agrees with us. Now we're going door to door. Yeah, thank you, Official Eli. Just like they did in Germany, door to door. Where's your papers? Morons are claiming Germany failed to Sharia law. Is somebody saying Germany failed to Sharia law? Thank you. I am FRCD. Appreciate it. Amy Lynn said, everyone who thinks Jen is the best, give $1. Sully said, Jen, you are so kind and warm-hearted. Oh, no. Your empathy knows no bounds. You're the most wonderful woman I know. Amy said, use my free subscription to tell Jen to use throat coat tea for cactus wounds. Ack, thank you very much. I think I got that one. Susan said, for the gold. Tony said, USA is part of the new axis of evil. Facts. Damien said, loud isn't popular. It's funded. I like that. Steve said, what's worse than having ants in your pants? Uncles. Steve. Jamar said, immigrants aren't fucking hurting you. You're just a silly little bitch. True. Ashley said, more people use a social security number to work, but they don't claim the benefits because that is harder. So they pay into the system and take nothing. Wasn't me said, someone said crypto. Trump heard crypto. And like Pavlov's dog, he couldn't help himself. Pink, thank you for joining the Dollar Train, as well as Sean. Miss any there? Let me just show you one more thing, and then we'll wrap up on this. This. Kristi Noem, despite Republicans, and I don't know how you guys have done this, but despite what you guys say, we are doing door-to-door now. We're doing door-to-door deportations, exactly like the Nazis. In this thread here, you can see the sources here, and I'll post this in Discord. But DHS Secretary Kristi Noem has effectively confirmed that U.S. citizens can now be stopped, questioned, and required to prove who they are simply for being near an ICE operation. Even if they're not suspects, a dangerous shift towards suspicionless stops that has already led to citizens being detained and communities feeling forced to carry ID to avoid arrest, directly colliding with core Fourth Amendment protections and echoing the kind of dragnet policing the Constitution is written to stop. You can go through all of these sources. There's plenty of them, but here's Kristi Noem in her own words.
Follow up. Why are we seeing Americans being asked on the street to provide proof of citizenship in Minnesota? Is that targeted enforcement? And are you advising Americans to carry proof of citizenship?
In every situation, we're doing targeted enforcement. If we are on a target and doing an operation, there may be individuals surrounding that criminal that we may be asking who they are and why they're there and having them validate their identity. That's what we've always done, in asking people who they are so that we know who's in those surroundings. And if they are breaking our federal laws, we will detain them as well until we run that processing.
Follow up.
And the Nazis said, just comply. And MAGA said, just comply. You're the same. And I hope that a lot of you can figure this stuff out before we get to a much more dangerous place. What did you want me to fact check you on there, Microbial Joe? No sentence equals no conviction. I don't know what you're looking up there. Oh, the law says that Donald Trump is not convicted until sentencing. Let's look at that. Does New York law say that you are not a convicted felon until sentenced? Wait, but wasn't he? What do you mean saying? But he was, right? He wasn't going to go to jail. That's not what happened. But based here, and we can check the sources. No, New York law does not state that you are a convicted felon until sentence. You are not a convicted felon until sentence. A person becomes convicted upon the entry of a guilty verdict or plea, according to YPD crime. New York state law. All felonies range in. Let's see where it says this. Under New York criminal procedural law 1.20, conviction means the entry of a guilty verdict or a plea of guilty or a conviction by any court. Okay, so I guess you owe Drew an apology. Yes, Drew was right. Good job, Drew. Drew's MAGA too. We got MAGA on MAGA there. So don't lie about that. All right, let's go here. Here's how this plays out in real life. This isn't the first video like this that we've shown, but now this is what America is. If you have an accent, if you have brown skin, you can be stopped and detained and asked for your papers.
Yes, you are required to. Where are you safe? Look, sir, you're going to do this the easy way or are we going to take you in?
You cannot take me in.
Yes,
I'm
I
in
can.
my private.
Yes, I can.
Do
you have documentation?
I do have my documentation.
Can you present it to me,
Why
please?
are you asking me for my paperwork?
Because of your accent.
You have an accent too.
Where were you born, sir?
Where were you born at?
Put your hands behind your back.
Yes. All right, where did old boy go? They has to apologize. Having an accent now in this country is a reason to stop and detain somebody. Appearing Jewish in Germany. Stop in papers, please. That's why we always called you Nazis. And even when you're Nazis now, you're like, we're not Nazis. You might not have been this way before. Maybe you didn't even know that you were Nazis. Maybe you just saw Donald Trump, you're like, I'm going to follow this guy through anything. So if you weren't Nazis before, that's fine. But you became Nazis, and we all thought you would become Nazis because we watched you guys do this with Donald Trump. We watched the first administration impeached twice, the only president ever to be impeached twice. We watched him do January 6th. We watched him be convicted of multiple felonies, and you guys just pretended it didn't fucking happen. You lie about it right to our face. We watch reality, and you're like, nope, didn't happen. So when Trump was running again and he was talking about this stuff, these mass deportations, and he was talking specifically about different groups, we were like, man, that's some Nazi shit. And then when he chose America First as his talking point, we're like, what the fuck? That's literally the Nazi slogan. He took the Nazi slogan. Can you imagine if somebody's like, hey, you work for Nike, and you're like, nah, I don't work for Nike, and you just kept showing up in shirts that said just do it? Like, it kind of seems like you work for Nike and your Just Do It shirt. Like, no, this is totally different. It's a very different Just Do It. You stole the American Nazi slogan, which was stolen from the German Nazis, which was Germany first. So we're like, Nazi, and you're like, nah. And then you had that big rally at Madison Square Garden, and you decorated it just like the Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden. And we were like, what's going on there? That looks the same. You're like, no, it's not. And then you won, and then Elon did like the most obvious Heil Hitler. And you're like, no, that's the same. And then you started showing like videos of other people like going like this. And you put them side by side with Elon doing it. Elon's just doing the actual thing. It's more firm. We could show it. But then you all pretended that what Elon did was the same as what everybody else did. And we're like, what the fuck? Obviously that's different. You're like, nah, that's not it. Elon now is repeatedly pointing out, like he's saying on Twitter, hey, whites, we got to stick together. You have multiple Republicans now all over the internet talking about a white genocide. They're saying that right now in America, there is a white genocide going on. And we're like, Nazis. You're like, no. And then all of a sudden, like, you see Nick Fuentes just growing in popularity. And he's on every single Republican podcast. And we're like, Nazi. And they're like, no. And he's like, I am a Nazi. And they're like, no. And he's like, I really love Hitler. And they're like, no. Like, you're bringing on actual Nazis and telling us they're not Nazis, and the Nazis are saying, we're Nazis. And you're like, nah, we're not Nazis. That's why we were nervous. And you guys just did it. You just went along with it. We're not Nazis. Now you're Nazis. We were right. And if you're somebody that's sitting in this chat right now and said, we're not Nazis, and you just watched the last 20 minutes here, I would love any sort of coherent argument that you guys aren't Nazis, that you're not exactly the same. It's just the groups of people you demonize are different. But in practice, you're exactly the same. I can get to that tomorrow or Monday. How long is this real quick? Let me look. All right, last thing, then we'll get out of here. Somebody asked me about torture camps. Now, we obviously have concentration camps in this country. These facilities that they are locking up immigrants there are multiple reports of violent abuse, sexual abuse, people not being fed, people not getting access to their medicine, inhumane treatments, lights being left on all night, bathrooms that aren't clean, people living in awful conditions, just like the concentration camps. So we actually have concentration camps, and I called them torture camps earlier, and the Nazis were like, no, we don't do torture camps. Well, here's a part of the 60 Minutes interview that, again, Barry Weiss tried to kill and CBS didn't want you to see. But we have torture camps. This is CCOT.
These are heinous monsters, rapists, murderers, kidnappers, sexual assaulters, predators who have no right to be in this country, and they must be held accountable.
The U.S. government said, these people are the worst of the worst.
These people are migrants. And the sad reality is that the U.S. government tried to make an example out of them. They sent them to a place where they were likely to be tortured, to send migrants across Latin America the message that they should not come to the United States.
Juan Papier is a deputy director at the nonprofit Human Rights Watch. In an 81-page report released in November, the organization concluded there was systematic torture and other abuses at CCOT, and that nearly half of the Venezuelans the U.S. sent there had no criminal history.
How do we square that? How do we square this? How do we square people that we're going after violent criminals? That's who we're sending to CCOT. At least half of them had no violent criminal history. So they just get to be tortured for what? Why were they tortured then? Because of their immigration status. Torture camps.
Only 8 of the men had been convicted of a violent or potentially violent offense.
3%. 96.9% of them never been convicted of a violent or potentially violent offense. And they were tortured. Shipped off to a country that they mostly aren't from. No oversight. Couldn't get anybody down there. Everybody that has come back from there has documented that they were tortured, that they were beaten, some of them sexually assaulted. Thanks everybody from the Gus broadcast. Appreciate it. Thanks for the raid. We're just about to leave anyways.
How do you know they weren't gang members?
We cross-reference federal databases in all 50 states in the United States, and also obtain criminal records in Venezuela and in the countries where these people lived. And the information we obtained in the United States is based on data provided by ICE.
So ICE's own records said?
ICE's own records say that only 3% of them had been sentenced for a violent or potentially violent crime.
60 Minutes reviewed the available ICE data. It confirms the findings of Human Rights Watch. It shows 70 men had pending criminal charges in the U.S., which could include immigration violations. We don't know because the Department of Homeland Security has never released a complete list of the names or criminal histories of the men it sent to CCOT. Rapid deportations have been a key part of the Trump administration's immigration overhaul. The administration considers anyone who crosses the border illegally to be a criminal. Illegal crossings are now at a historic low. But some immigration attorneys say the administration has used flawed criteria to justify deportations.
You should go watch that. But even things like a criteria, like tattoos, that's a criteria. It's a point system. Is that not a big difference? Very small difference between the Nazis and the current MAGA party. One other thing I want to say. I've been watching the viewer numbers since we started doing this, and it got really quiet. The non-Nazis kept talking, and you guys are rightfully outraged. And the Nazis shut the fuck up, but they didn't go anywhere. So I hope that for some of you this was eye-opening today. And if you get your news only from the Trump administration, only from the regime, you will think that everything is sunshine and rainbows and that these are all violent people that they're going after and that these protesters on the left are actually like radical jihadist communists or whatever the fuck you want to call them. But they're not. They're just like the people in Germany that stood up. They're just like the people who stood up for their neighbors. They have empathy, and they recognize what's happening right in front of them. So I hope you guys learned something. And for those of you who already knew this, that was a tough 30 minutes, and I appreciate you being here with us to watch that. Let me get the rest of these comments, and we'll get out of here. Brittany said, goal knockout. Thank you very much, Brittany. Heather said, for the dollar train, wasn't me, said, since they hate rights now, we get gun control. I mean, they'll hand over their guns. If Trump tomorrow was like, we got to get rid of guns, they'll just do it. Ginger said, because I love you too. Haley said, can you talk about the U.S. bonds being sold off? I'm going to cover that on Monday, Haley, but thank you. Susan said, for the goal. Got that one. I think I'm here. Got that. Let me check with Jen real quick. Amy Lynn said, arrest Melania. I can't understand her. MAGA, MGA on MGA sound like a rug burn. Lenora said, money for wars, but can't feed the poor. I got that from IMFRCD. Got that. More came in. That's it. All right, guys. I will be back on Monday and every weekday morning, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, wherever you're watching today on YouTube and Twitch. God, it's nice not having TikTok, but we will have TikTok available again on Monday, probably. Until then, take care of yourselves. Get out. If there is sun in your state, try and get some sun. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your mental health. I do want to advocate for that. This is dark shit, and it's really easy to get glued to your phone. I have the same problem, but do something. Sometimes it feels like you can't pull away from your phone or you're going to miss something. Do it. Because if you can get away for a minute, you can come back, you can regain the energy to combat this again. Dealing with it all day, every day, 24/7, it's going to wear you out. So make sure that you find time and people around you that you can talk with. If you don't have people to talk with, if you don't have friends that you can reach out to, if you happen to be one of those people that lives in just like a fully MAGA community, or your friends and family don't want to talk about this, I urge you to join our Discord. Our Discord is full of people. They take care of each other. I'm rarely in there, but the community that you guys have built in Discord is awesome. When people are having bad days, I'm always blown away at the amount of people that are, when they're having a rough time, reach out to Discord, and you watch the response from the people in Discord helping them on rough days. So I just encourage you. It's free. Costs you nothing. Our Discord will never cost anything. If you are looking for community, join the Discord. Hang out with the people that are in there. Most of them are nice. All of them are assholes, but in the best possible way. And you can also make fun of me. That's why the insults on this stream don't bother me, because nothing these MAGA folks say is worse than what the Discord says about me. So hang out there. If you need an invitation to the Discord, Jen, how do you want them to do that? Forgot what you wanted to do.
I mean, they can send me a message on Discord, or any other mod who wants. Like we mentioned a bunch of different times.
If you
my Discord, go ahead.
No, keep going. Sorry, I thought you were done.
My Discord username is Jen with 2 N's, Dub with 2 B's. The number 1, the same as the Venmo. So
if this sounds foreign to you, download. You can go onto your app store, wherever you get your apps. Download Discord. Then you can search the username JenDub1, and she can get you instructions on how to get in there. But I highly recommend you come join the Discord if you're looking for a community. Jen.
Yeah, you'll have to add me as a friend typically. And I, if you're in to come in and cause problems, if you get in by chance, you'll just get kicked out, because we're not looking to have people join and be dicks. So. Oh
yeah, no dicks except for me. I'm the only one that's allowed to be a dick, I think. All right, Jen. Any last words?
No.
All right. Everybody wish Jen good luck on her date this weekend. It's a big one.
So stupid.
6-month anniversary. Where are you going?
Nowhere.
Oh, staying in. Oh, romantic night in.
Sully says, I have a dick.
Allegedly. Thanks for saying that, Papa Baggins. That means a lot to me. Guys, we'll see you Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, right here wherever you're watching. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your friends. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.